Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, December the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me and you can see my screen, and what an active morning this morning. So, I missed out on the Sava pop, and the shorts dried up, so I couldn't take part in the Sava drop. I missed out on the PPSI pop. However, I did not miss out on Rely, R-E-L-I. Kind of got it on what I call round two. This had a pop up here. Couldn't see any news on it really. I know it's making a short squeeze list. We have a short float of only 2.8. Checking other sources, it looks like it could be around 30%. At any rate, that appears to be the reason. I don't see any other reason for RELI in terms of specific news for it. Anyway, watched it when it took this area right here, right about here, that high. That's where I hopped on it. Got up to, that was around 667. Got out some right here, almost got me out everything as it came back down with my buy, and then luckily I held on to some and out most of it now. I mean, over 8. I mean, again, there was no news on this one that I can see other than it might be just one of those meme stocks that is being short with a high short float. Our provider doesn't have the same short float that I see in other sites, so we'll have to see what happens, but I don't see any other specific news for it. So that's it for me this morning. I mean, what I haven't had a pre-market trade for a while. Keep an eye on this SPRB, okay? Yesterday, this was the one on Friday that did had the crazy action, had the big sell-off yesterday. But look what it did after hours yesterday. So just kind of keep an eye on it, see if it takes out 5 again. It was basing right here after hours around 422, and then all of a sudden it just popped up over 5. It has come back down again, but there was some interest. All right, other news. QNRX. Seeing a lot of these this morning with moving higher with no news. I cannot find any news on QNRX. We have no float. We have no short float information. Getting a little excuse me, almost said it. I'm getting a little ticked with our provider. But anyway, we have no news on this one. It looks like this is a China. Actually, it's not a China stock. Shouldn't have said that. It's not a China stock. Yeah. I mean, Interactive brokers allow shorting of virtually anything. Doesn't matter. I remember in the old days, it used to be a lot of brokers wouldn't allow shorting under $5, but certainly IB, that's not a rule they have. BFRI, again, I think this is just one of those short squeezes. We have no information on it. I checked another site. It seems to be 88% short float percent. Whether that is completely true or not, it's definitely more than what we have here. So BFRI, Seeking Alpha blog with a price target of 40. Roth has a price target of 20. Okay, so that is, again, I don't see any specific news for it other than, traders are circulating a Seeking Alpha blog. You can start trading with IB at 4 a.m. Eastern Time. 4 a.m. Eastern Time. PPSI. So there was the one I didn't get a hold of. Just watch it move higher and higher and higher. So it is now dropping quite a bit. I mean, 1078 down to 938. $12 million order is an EV play. $12 million order. ARDS is a virus play. ARDS is a virus play. Is it holding its gap? Yeah, actually it is. It's holding its gap. Another low float. 9.4 million in the float. Says their cocktail is effective against Omicron. That's their news. And on the way down, ALDX failed phase 3. Ooh, boy, this is a bad one. Hope nobody was in this one. Dropped 42%. Failure phase 3. Not good. Rite Aid. This is one I almost took on a short, and I'm glad I didn't. I find Rite Aid can do this sort of stuff. Yeah, look at this. Wow, I'm so glad. I was looking at this as a short down here. 1150, because right down here was sort of what I considered was a support area, and it certainly supported. But I thought if it broke through, then you look left on the monthly chart and you got down to 8.5. But this is just completely rallied. It is a tough one right now, guys. I mean, I don't even know how to read this. It's an earnings play again. Rite Aid released earnings after hours. Looked good after hours. Looked good in the pre-market for a while. But then it did this, and this was real. I mean, these were real candles. This was not just an outlier. MU Micron is an earnings play after hours yesterday. Did well, did really well. Look at this gap up after hours, and it's maintained the gap up. MU almost at an all-time high. AQST, gapping down. FDA, a decision has been delayed. AQST, gapping down. And the gap is still holding down. And snacks. This is one I almost took a short on. I didn't quite, I had to really start following it a little more closely. So they announced some kind of a deal with 7-Eleven, 8,000 stores. Yes, reports a distribution deal with 7-Eleven to bring 3 flavors of Vacadillos, carne seca, air-dried meat snacks. That sounds delicious. And they had a deal with Walmart. Yeah, they had a deal last week too with Walmart and Costco. Didn't really do anything. I mean, it did. I mean, there was the day. That was I guess that was Thursday. Okay, and it looked interesting, but 433, and then it closed down here. This is Friday. This is yesterday. There's a ton of resistance in that 530 area, so that's about $1 away, but it just can't seem to really gain a lot of traction, even though, I mean, it's only a 4.9 million in the float. Oh, Mark, you know, I can't help you there. If you're with Interactive Brokers and you're trying to put a buy order above, you're going to have to contact... if you're talking in the pre-market, you know, you have to go limit. You have to go limit in the pre-market, but I just can't help you. I just can't help you. Oh, in the main market during market hours, it must be the way you're entering the order, okay? Because you can certainly put a conditional buy order of the price above. It must be just the way you're putting the order. So you're talking here. It must be the way you're entering the order. I really can't help you. You see me when I demonstrate. You see me when I demonstrate how I can put it a conditional buy order. You know, I'm using with the simulator. I put it in the price and the stop. I put that in both boxes. click that buy button. And I know I've demonstrated this before. And it wouldn't matter if I were connected to my Interactive Brokers account, it would be the same thing. So I don't know what to say. Well, I put it in both the price and the stop. Don't ask me why that works, okay? But I put it in both the price box and the stop box, okay? I put that same price, the conditional buy order, either lower than the current price or above the current price, and then I click that buy button, and that blue line appears. So why that works, I don't know in terms of, but that's what I've been doing all along. I know that works. I mean, that's. I just can't explain it. I just know it works. You know, so if it works, then again, you know, I know what you're saying. Like, why should you have to put it in both? But that's the way I've been doing it since day one, and it seems to work. So, and it will not execute immediately. So this morning, a bit of a different day, of course. We have, you know, the market is gapping up a little bit. We had a nice run in the SPY late yesterday. Market had a bit of a recovery yesterday. I mean, we're still down 400 and NAS was down 188. But a bit of a rally, you know, in the last couple of hours. And now we've got a bit of a gap up right now. The other one to keep an eye on too is the GRTX. I mean, a little bit of a disappointment. I thought it might rally a little bit more yesterday, but you know, kind of keep an eye on it. This was the big one yesterday with the big price target put on by Citi. It's a low float. No, BFRI guys, BFRI is on the move here. Again, wow, look at this move. Look at this move on the 2-minute. From 865 to 1002. This is on the 15-minute. Again, I don't see any specific news. It's just traders circulating a Seeking Alpha blog titled, Why a Massive Squeeze Could Send Biofrontera Shares Well Above $40 per share by December 31st. Not 2022, but next week. Okay? All right, 9:14. Let's take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Okay, we don't have too many of each. Let me get them in. Got a couple of upgrades for AMU as an earnings play today. micron. Okay, there are the upgrades. Get the downgrades in now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. I see you're talking about Acadia, downgraded by Guggenheim. The BFRI just, wow, racing here. So guys, I just actually found this out yesterday. I totally assumed that the market was closed on Monday, but it's closed on Friday. It's one of those weird ones. Christmas is on Saturday, so if it's on Saturday, the holiday is on Friday, or the market's closed on Friday. If Christmas was on Sunday, then it's closed on Monday. So I was surprised by that. I thought for sure the market was closed on Monday. So we are on a short week this week. Okay, now I'm just looking, trying to see if this PPSI has found a base here. I actually thought it found a base at 10, but obviously not. Right up here, I thought maybe the base might be 10. So let's see if this PPSI has still some little bit oomph in it. It's only 4 million in the float. They did have some news, $12 million order. Okay, I forgot to mention this one. General Mills is an earnings play, guys. GIS is an earnings play also. And maybe coming into support or on that 63.50 mark. But the first reaction, of course, is pre-market. So there it is. There's the reaction. Nike also was an earnings play. I didn't mention Nike, NKE. And reaction is good. Big pop after hours. Continuing. All right, let's take a quick look at the sectors. It's going to look a lot different from yesterday. Most of them will be positive. So let's take a look at the sectors before the market opens. Very different from yesterday, where virtually everything was almost at zero. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So even energy, 100%. So what that means is that there's the major sector ETF for energy, XLE. These are the stocks that make up XLE. 100% of them are up from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that 100% means. Technology, 92%, financials, 92%, etc. So is there a weak one? Not really. I guess you could call real estate 71%, consumer staples 63%. So I guess these are the weak ones right now. Of course, this can all change. You know, an hour into the market, this can all change. But right now, we're in for a nice positive open compared to yesterday. So Sava, yeah, it's had a interesting pre-market to say the least. I guess some paper came out trying to defend. Is it a Dr. Wang, who has been subject to ridicule, etc. About more than ridicule. I mean, if you know the whole history behind what happened with Sava, of course, it's an Alzheimer's drug, and then it came under fire right around here and here and here and here, questioning their findings, questioning Dr. Wang, I guess. So again, there's some kind of an article that's out there that's trying to defend him. I think that's what it was all about. Yeah, there were no. I was surprised. I think early on there were some shorts available, but I think as this was for me at Interactive Brokers, but as this was ramping up, I guess the traders weren't happy. I mean, 45 got all the way up to 60. Zach took them all. Probably. I know he loves Sava. All right, what are you doing? QSI is just sneaking into my gap ups. QSI. The high looking left is around 765. Must have had some, I don't know, some news after hours yesterday. It had a big pop after hours to present at the 40th annual JP Morgan Healthcare Symposium, I guess. Yeah, when I was preparing my list this morning, Rite Aid was down here. Okay, so that's why it's listed as a gap down, because it was down here, and then you can see what happened right here at 9 o'clock. It gapped up. By that time, I already did my list and posted it in. Very tough trader right now. I mean, it's way too choppy. Morning, Zach. All right, guys. QSI. What are you doing and why? Again, just presenting at the 40th annual. Okay. What's the float? Big float. 83 million in the float, so it's not a low float. Really, BlackBerry? You're right. Not too many release in the this week, but there are some. BlackBerry is one of them. Real little one also, EDU. I know some of you follow this EDU. It's earnings play for those who care. Okay, we have a halt. Sava. All right, guys, here we go. Sava got halted because of news. This should be fun. See what they. To see what sort of news they're going to come out with. And I really missed the boat yesterday, guys. I mean, I knew all about the Chile election on Sunday, and we had some great plays we could have had yesterday. SQM, some of these big company in Chile, and look what it did. So this is the result of the elections, and it just slid from 51 down to $46. I should have pointed that one out because I knew all about it. I knew that there was going to be some pressure in Chile because of who got elected. I just flat out forgot. Yeah, no excuse though. I mean, I knew, and I actually didn't even see SQM yesterday. I remember seeing it yesterday, right here, and I just kind of forgot. I forgot that this was a big mining company in Chile, lithium and all that. So anyway, trying to rebound a little bit. QSI continues its march up here, guys. Again, the next high looking left is 765. It's again not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats to move, of course, but all right, guys. What time is it now? It is 1 minute to the open. Thank you, thank you, William. Just again, we have internal discussions all the time at Trade Ideas, so always engage in that while I'm doing all the other things. All right, a minute to the open. So let's have a great trading day today, everybody. And typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Somebody asking about AERC. in our YouTube room, AERC, well, nothing's happening yet, so not much to talk about. All right, guys, we're now open. Well, okay, very quickly, Tom. I mean, we have a volume 1 minute filter, volume 5 minute filter. You can put a very high percent. There's rely, guys. It may not be completely over, but let's see. ARDS, ADRS, ARDS. Again, what I'm seeing here, these are market highs, okay? Call them normal, like the 9:30 to 4 o'clock. Don't even know how to phrase it anymore because, I mean, there's so much activity. I know I say this all the time, but there's so much activity in the pre-market. It's kind of crazy to call it the pre-market. QSI continues its move here, guys. QSI now, the next high looking left is 765. Is this shortable for me? It is shortable for me, so I'm going to keep an eye on this one as a potential short because the only news I see is just they're going to be presenting at a conference, JP Morgan conference. So Tom, again, really quickly, okay? If you click on configure and then search and just type in volume. I mean, you can try this. I mean, I'm not, no guarantee this is going to give you what you're looking for, but volume 1 minute percent, volume 5 minute percent, you can put a very high percent. You know, I use 1,000% in this one for my big momentum movers. You know, and you'll have to experiment, okay? But that'll show you big volume jumps. And understand that, you know, Micron, of course, was an earnings play. And that was probably the earnings release right here. Probably wouldn't have been able to get it. You know, it went up, you know, look on the 5 minute. I mean, it went up so quickly. Okay, ALDX, guys, ALDX. Moving down even further after this is a phase 3 negative results. Yeah, phase 3. Yeah, phase 3 data not good. Wow, what a what a change in Rite Aid, RAD at one point. I mean, you're right. This was on my gap downs because of this. 11.46. There's a $2 pop. Wow, Rite Aid, just crazy action. Crazy action. Is it halted? Must be under 20,000 shares. Yeah, so I have a cutoff of 20,000 shares, so. No, Rite Aid. I mean, this is quite a difference, guys. I don't, you know, I mean, that is quite a difference. 11.44 pre-market low, now 13.87. Earnings play. All right, so again, I mean, look at this action for Acadia after hours. Big pop up all the way up to $35. Came down. I know it had a downgrade, and I think there is some news. Somebody was posting some news. Well, we've got competing. I mean, we've got a bunch of downgrades, and then we have some upgrades. So this is for ACAD. All right, here we go, guys. Here is your so-called news. Well, I don't want to say that like that, but I mean, here's Sava. Okay, this is the Sava news. Okay, there is the Sava news. So it could be really interesting on this open if people believe this. Hard for me to get too enthused about these ones, but you know, CCL Carnival is popping here. Had earnings yesterday. Actually, decent reaction to earnings, but you know, basically call this a virus play. ACAD continues to move down here. Next low looking left on the daily chart is 2209, so it has some room if it wants to challenge that low. Boy, Rite Aid, this is a tremendous resurgence from the lows, guys. I know I keep repeating myself here, but that's a massive move here for Rite Aid, RAD. Brazilian stock, ERJ, on the move here. I had SOPA on my list. I'm trying to think of, yeah, I mean, it did move higher. That's right in the pre-market, but it was starting to drift down. Look at Rite Aid. Look, I was going to short this. RAD, I was going to short it. All right, time to really pay attention to BFRI, guys. I mean, this is, I don't know if I should know these things, but I just don't know 100% if this was an IPO here. But the high is 1040, so it's above that high. Yeah, 1040 was the high looking left. It could have been one of those ones that had very well 3.6 million, a very low number of shares issued, low price IPO. I mean, there's the high, 1040, so it's an all-time high right now. All right. Well, that's what it is then, Casa. That's one of those crazy low floaters. IPOs. Okay, we have one, the CTMX. I think that had some news, CTMX. Yeah, syncs on dry eye disease readout. So this is and it's almost an all-time low. Looks like the next low looking left is 4.28. That must be the all-time low, 4.28 for CTMX. So a pretty good alert here, guys. 10:38, 9:33. It is at 11:59 now, and just got halted. BFRI. And we have a projected open. Hard to say. I mean, it says 11:59, 11:60 right now. All right, guys, a couple of minutes to go, and then I can really start taking a look at some of these, see if they're setting up a little more easily instead of being so up and down, some of these. Here's this TTNP, another low float, 9.9 million in the float. Pre-market got all the way up to 156. I wish, I'd love to take this, short the CTMX. I just am a little, I think there's that low right there, 426, maybe a little too close to the 459. So that's what's preventing me from hopping into that short. You read some of these news releases, and I mean, on snacks with Walmart and Costco, and today with 7-Eleven, looks so awesome. But look at it, cannot. All right, let's take a look at BFRI and where it may open. All right, so this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So there's really no clue. Basically it's 11:59, 11:60. It's halted at 11:59. My guess is that it's going to open higher, but there's really no clue right now. If it's a 5-minute halt, it will open at exactly 9:42, 9:47 plus 2 seconds. What are we now? So a little less than 2 minutes if it's going to be a 5-minute halt for BFRI to open. Acadia continues to sink here. ACAD. Did you see the the Seeking Alpha article, Zach, about BFRI? $40 by December 31st. Roth has a $20 target, but this other guy at Seeking Alpha, who I actually read it, you know, and sort of read his thesis behind it. All right, BFRI guys. So it opened, and of course it did open as I projected. I thought it would open higher. Ooh, Rely just opened. Rely just popped, but it just got halted, guys. So it may not be over. I'm out of it completely. RELI. My goodness, guys, look at the BFRI now. I mean, we can say what we want about these silly Seeking Alpha articles. You know, just try to get on the right side of them. And it just got halted again, yes. Another one, the ALDX. It's but again, I think it's just coming into maybe some support area. I wish these were all-time lows, both of these. I mean, they could continue down, but bad news for both of them. ALDX. I mean, these are news-driven, of course. ALDX and CTMX. Well, there's a. Again, we can say what we want about these price upgrades, but GRTX, guys, it is now over 4 at the big move yesterday because of the Citigroup putting a $20 price target on them. Well, let's take a look at Rely and where it may open. Hard to say. That spread is, I mean, we have 771, 833 right now, so. But almost for sure it's going to open higher. And again, if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:52 plus 14 seconds. You know, I would have been way more inclined to take this Rite Aid if it hadn't done this in the pre-market. I mean, it looked just looked too choppy. But man, oh man, it's been straight up. Yeah, I mentioned CCL before, guys. It is moving. I mean, it is moving. All right, let's keep an eye on Rely here. RELI. 1 million in the float. So this is going to open in less than a minute. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 14 seconds after 9:52. Still a long news halt for Sava. All right, let's see now. If it's going to be, should open in 10 seconds. The Rely. It should open 3, 2, 1. No. Okay. So it's going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. Again, one of the scans I'm sharing right here. Okay, there's the halts resumes right there, 9:47:14. Oh, it did open. Okay, so it did take a little bit longer than the 5-minute. I'm sorry. Yeah, that did open. It did open, but it came right back down. Sorry, we don't have. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Now it. Okay, well the BFRI opened. Okay, I know that just opened, and that was a 5. That was a 5-minute halt. Yeah, listen, all I can say is this is what our data provider has for us as a float. You go to 10 different websites, you'll probably find 10 different float information for these really, really small ones. Sometimes it's very difficult to get a handle on it. Yeah, I don't know why Rely did not open as a resume, but anyway, it is open, yes. Really want to see one of these 10-day daily breakdowns near its lifetime low. I mean, this is kind of what prevented me from taking this CTMX. It's getting closer, yes. I just didn't think there was enough room. I may be completely wrong. 465, 431. I mean, that's a good percentage move. So it looks like the airline, let's take a look at jets, guys, okay? I think the airlines are probably moving along with the cruisers. Take a look at the ETF. Yeah, look at ETF. All right, Sava is open. Sorry, something's going on here. I'm sorry, something, oh, I see what's happened. Okay, so what they've done is we've got halted because of news and then now halted because of extraordinary events. Okay, so it did not come out of its halt. Well, Acadia continues to drop here, guys. Coming maybe, what's the low here? 2157, 2213. So it's right at this area here. That's a big gap down. Is that what it says? It's going to open at 10 a.m.? Yeah, I see that now. Set to resume trading at 10 a.m. That should be an interesting open. Well, that's what somebody in our YouTube room, the Nomad, yeah, that is what if I just pull this up, this is what is being reported, okay? Now, whether people are going to believe it or not, that's another question, but that is what's being reported. No evidence of manipulation, etc., etc. Again, whether people are going to believe this, I can't comment on that, but that's why it was halted. Well, don't listen to me, guys. I mean, that's a great short, 465 down to 424. And now it's almost at an all-time low. Yeah, I don't play halted stocks early, Douglas. Okay, I like that. I wait for the open. I don't try to anticipate where it might go, or that's me personally. So the reason being is that you can, if you thought it was going to gap up, yeah, you could put a conditional buy order above the price. It could gap right there. You get filled, and it can come right back down. To me, it's just way too risky. So I just don't. I don't play halts like that. I don't put conditional buy or sell orders in. All right. Well, the AI is looking at these airlines. You can see that we have one alert for United Airlines. It may be Nelson, but I don't know what to say. I mean, all that's going to happen, we just have to wait for it to open. GRTX is a real mess. I mean, it's a mess. Look at the topping tail, bottoming tail, topping tail. Very, very messy right now. All right, guys, let's take a look at Sava. If it does open at 10 o'clock, it opened and there's a gap up, big gap up. So far. It's fascinating to see what's happening. I mean, look at the volume that came into Sava. Okay, guys, what I'm watching here. Boy, look how I'm just, some of my thumbnail charts, I mean, there's so much choppiness. And Sava, okay, so the public has voted. All right. We had a pop up to 55, and then lots of selling pressure came in, and now we have a halt on the way down. Okay, one moment, please. Man, oh man, CTMX. I mean, it's a great short, 465. PTPI just got halted, guys, and ALRR just got halted. This is an IPO, I guess. ALLR IPO. I didn't see it come out first. Okay, so this looks, I don't know, I can't. So this is a document offering, closes as recapitalization share exchange, 20 minutes. All right, well, here's your, it's halted. I don't know how many shares. I have no idea what our float is. Meanwhile, PTPI halted. Now this does not look good so far. I mean, here's the halt at 484. The projection is 450. I mean, that can change, of course. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. I mean, this can change, but right now, if you were in this one in the halt, you'd want to see a number higher than 484. Again, this see how it's changing though. And another low floater. And the high last month was 520. So the airlines definitely on the move, guys. JetBlue, Save. I mean, pick an airline. Jets is the ETF. JETS. Man, CTMX. Well, now you're at an all-time low, right? Almost. CTMX. Let's see if ADLX follows suit. I mean, they're both kind of the same. Both bad news. ADLX phase 3. I mean, that's about the worst you can get. Phase 3 failure. Meanwhile, I haven't even looked at the market. So what's the market doing? So Dow is up, NASA is up. So there's no disconnect. Yeah, see the GR. I mean, I have this thumbnail, GRTX. It's just so whippy. It's got to calm down. All right, Sava just resumed on the way down. Ooh, CGNT is an earnings play, guys. All-time low, all-time low. I've been watching this, so this has been on my all-time low list, and now it has earnings. It, a little crazy reaction to begin, but this is now an all-time low, CGNT. BTPI just opened. All right, so it didn't open. No big gap up. And ALRR resumed. But I don't see any trading. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is super low volume. Okay. The spread is 14.90.17. Okay, forget about it. All right, well, okay, so it did pop. Now the next high looking left, this would be probably maybe an all-time high. Is that right? No, it can't be. I guess this is the all-time high over here. 596 is the all-time high. So it's within about 18% of that all-time high. And the next high looking left is 520, so it gets through that. Then it has a shot at that all-time high, which is almost up at 596. Oh, I got a fill. Okay, guys, I had to sit there for a while. I've taken this ALDX. I mean, it's not perfect for me, but I've taken this ALDX as a short. The next low looking left is 260, is that right? On the monthly chart. So I was able to get it at 349 on a short for ALDX. A lot of shorts available, 2 million shorts available at Interactive Brokers anyway. It just took a while because of the uptick rule. So 349. I decided to do it after not taking the CTMX and having it just, produce a tremendous percentage gain. Okay, QSI. What are you going to do here? So QSI, again, I look at this, I just think there's too much resistance nearby. It's a big float, well, not a huge float, but it's 83 million. Certainly not a low float. I look at this and what I see is I see 788. I see 798. I see 830. In this whole area, we're at 760 right now. So yeah, I mean, look, if you got it right now at 760, and if it made it to 8, that's a great move. But I don't know. I just need more room personally. But I'm not trying to convince anybody else not to take it because it is in the 10-day daily breakout. The only news I could see is that they're going to be presenting at the 40th annual J.P. Morgan Healthcare Conference. That's the only news I can see. I mean, that's January 10th to 13th. Now, I guess the theory is that why would they present unless they thought they were going to present something decent? Yeah, there is volume coming in. The GRTX, there's no question there is volume coming in. It's half the float, more than half the float's traded. Okay, just give me a moment, please. All right, well, inching its way downward, ALDX. CTMX, wow, wow, wow. And it's a great percentage move. I mean, that's what I'm all, 465 down to 395. Wow, look at GRTX now. Yes, I mean, I think 470 something was the high yesterday. 474. Not in this one. I was in this one a couple of times yesterday. And ALLR, is a volume pickup at all? No. All right, this CGNT, guys, I don't see anything. Well, of course, it's an all-time low. It's an earnings play. Nothing really. I don't know where it could find any support. I mean, obviously, it's an all-time low. Volume is not great. I mean, it's 186,000 shares. That's 4 times normal, but it's just not a lot of volume. It's an Israeli stock. This is the other one that got beaten up. AQST, not quite an all-time low through the 200-day moving average. It had news also, bad news. FDA decision, delay in whatever decision they've been waiting for. I mean, guys, I mean, if QSI, keeps this up, but it's not a low float, 83 million. So that's certainly not a low float. Rite Aid, my goodness, Rite Aid just made another high here. RAD, another high. You just can't do it. Look at the weekly chart for QSI. I mean, this looks like there's so much resistance, between 8 and 8:30. I mean, it's not that. I guess if it got up to 8, as I said before, that's a great, nice little percentage move. But I just look at that weekly chart. I just see it stalling. Well, yeah, the bets have been placed, guys. I mean, they don't believe this article, obviously, that's trying to save Sava. Save Sava. Uh huh. And now, let's see, unusually strong options. Rite Aid showed up here. All right, well, looking left, the next high is on the monthly chart, 1922. The next high is 1565. 1565 on the weekly chart. So I guess it's got a little bit of room still. And that is the Rite Aid, RAD, showing up on the option scanner, 1476. Well, I obviously picked the wrong one. CTMX versus ALDX. Man, oh man. All right, guys, sorry, I'm just keeping an eye on this QSI. Well, let's see if that BFRI, yeah, if the price targets of 20 and 40, and that is BFRI. 20 by Roth, 40 by some SA blogger. There it goes, guys. BFRI. Now, again, you're in this one, be awfully careful. Whether or not it's a 10 million float or a 3.6 million float, just be awfully careful. So far, I mean, even yesterday, we had some nice daily breakouts. Even though the market was terrible yesterday, basically down, we had some nice 10-day daily breakouts, and we're starting to see some nice ones here. BFRI 1038. Okay, 1024. So, time for my little spiel. Well, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. I'm just watching a couple of things here on another monitor. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, of course. Remember, the markets are closed on Friday. Okay, the day before Christmas, the markets are closed. We have a promotion on right now. You can get 25% off. Trade ideas. Just going to get this into our YouTube room. Okay, so if you click on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. Now the tab is here, of course, all day. And then when you click on my tab, there's the same link I just posted in. You click on my link. So there is a promo code you can use to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the premium is $22.68 a year, minus the 25%. That's about $460 a day. Standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 25%. That's about $2 a day. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a little bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. In fact, my recommendation is this: if you don't know this product, do not take out an annual subscription. You can always start off with a monthly, standard, premium, 118, 228. You can apply that 25% discount to the first month only. But if you decide within 30 days that you love the product and you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 25% discount, okay? So, I mean, most people, why they do an annual is they want to get the best discount going. Well, you don't have to do that right away. You can try us out for a month. Now, if you want to keep a monthly subscription going, that's fine. Just understand this is what you'll pay going forward after the 25% discount. You'll pay $118 or $228. On my homepage, there are 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all of the education mainly geared towards understanding how to use trade ideas. We have a big user guide. If you're new, what I would do though is I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. This goes over all of the basic features of trade ideas, what are top lists, creating them, what are alert windows, creating them, etc. Daily support. So today is Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss in our YouTube room, okay? I take a break at noon. One of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1, and today being Tuesday, it'll be Michael Noss. If you have a lot of Brokerage Plus type questions, automating strategies, things like that, he's your man, okay? So before I take my break at noon, I'll put the YouTube link in, and you can you can ask him all the questions you want. You can sign up for all the webinars here. The webinars will resume sometime in January, probably the first week after New Year, okay? And back to basics. So I mentioned Michael Noss. So Michael Noss put this short videos, okay? And if you're new to trading, I really recommend. It starts off with what is a stock, okay? So I really recommend you take a look at this, or if you're just looking for a nice refresher course. So all that is free. Now, you need a subscription, of course, to see my scans. Here are the scans that I'm sharing, including the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdowns. You know, I really pay attention to these. My option scanner, we do have one today, but it'll get a lot more active probably about mid-January when we get back into earnings season. Just so you know, these are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market: the gap up and gap down shared, pre-market actives up and pre-market actives down. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market to kind of get a bit of a bearing on what stocks might move once the market opens. But here are all of the scans that I'm sharing. You can pick and choose which ones you might like. Now, what I would do, because there's a lot of information in these 2 sections, just save my link. Then you can look at these 2 sections anytime you want. Okay, now, well, Grumpy, it's marketing, okay? So I have no idea who's new. I don't pay attention to the list and who's new, who's not new. Some people, even if you're not new, some people just like a refresher. So anyway, that's what it is. It's a free room. That's what we do. Zorro. Okay, let's take a look at AERC. It wasn't doing too much in the pre-market. I was hanging around here. Of course, a wild one yesterday. Very wild yesterday. You can see what it did. Got up to 1440. All right, the QSI is inching its way up towards that 8 mark. And AERC just got halted. Just got halted. That's a volatility halt. All right, for those of you who are new, this is what we do is we scan the U.S. stock market, okay? That's what we are. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use trade ideas. Now, you notice, I am sharing a lot of scans, but of course, if you want to create your own scans, you can do so. So for instance, this is an example of a scan called the 10-day daily breakout. If I right-click on it and I click on the summary, this is what it's looking for, all right? That's how you start off when you're going to build a scan. You always start off with filters. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between 2 and 35. Current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal, okay, etc. You know, these values and the filters I'm using aren't important. I'm just trying to show you the concept that when you do want to build your own scans, you'll always start off with some filters, and then you have a trigger. In my case, I'm using the new high of the day. So if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see QSI over and over here. This is the don't repeat version of this. So this is telling me the first time I had an alert. For instance, at 10:02, the price was 762. We're now 10:31, and the price is 779. So I can kind of go back in time and see, okay, great. What was the first time I was alerted? What did it do afterwards? So that's if you want to build your own scans. Now the good news, you do not have to learn a programming language. If I right-click on an alert window and click on Configure, and then I click on Search, here are all of the alerts that we have, okay? If I keep scrolling down, you can see, when you see all these icons, these are all the alerts. Here are the filters that we have when you see these icons. Now, again, I always say it, listen carefully. You don't have to learn them all. The reason why we have so many is we have thousands of customers, different trading styles, so we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn them all. Okay? So that's if you want to build your own scans. Now, I already showed you how I am sharing my scans. We also have a lot of scans that we've created. If you click on New and then the docked channel bar, you notice we have all of these channels. These are themed channels. Okay? Here's a momentum channel. So here's that QSI. All right? Now, if you like, all you have to do to see what it's looking for, you right-click, Configure, Summary, English language. It's telling you what it's looking for. So if all these filter requirements are met, then and a stock makes a new high. That's why we see this stock here. Okay? Now, just like for my scans and these scans here, if you didn't like, maybe the price range, you didn't like that price range, you can always make a change. I can just make a change. Maybe I want it between 10 and 100. I click on the summary, see how it's changed. So now what you can do, you don't have to make a change, but if you did want to make a change, to kind of customize it a little bit to your style of trading, then what you can do is you can save this to the cloud. Okay? Save it to the cloud. What I'm trying to explain here is that you can go through the different channels and start extracting scans that we've created, saving them to the cloud, and then you can load them from the cloud one by one, thereby creating a layout of your own made up of scans that we've created for you. And then, of course, you can tweak them if you want. Okay, so that is the channel bar. Here's another one that, the stock surging channel. There's the BFRI as an example. Okay, the action is heating up right now. You might like the concept of that. So again, you just save it to the cloud. And AERC just resumed. I know, Zach. I know. You know what? One more comment, Grumpy, and I'm just going to delete the comment. I know you try to be funny every single day. Okay? All right, now we'll talk about the AI. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do. Very inactive right now. There's only one alert. I would click on New, and I would click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, keep it really simple. This is what you'll see. This is this one right here. Never mind these two. This is what you'll see. You just basically wait for The alerts to happen, there's nothing for you to do. You can't customize it. Just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade it will be up to you. You have an entry, you have a stop. You know, you don't have to get in right. You don't have to take any trade, but you don't have to get in right at the entry. I never take a trade without looking at a chart. Okay? Never. But again, how you trade it will be up to you. It might be my chair. I don't know. I'm trying to. I'm not a big fidgeter, but okay. Now, one word about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. And I'll pop this link in. Okay, so this Brokerage Plus, the link I put in here has two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, then you can use this window called Brokerage Plus, okay? Now I'm gonna say this again because we still get emails from people who get very confused saying, well, if I don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, I guess I can't use Trade Ideas. No, 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 no. We're a scanner. You can use Trade Ideas with any broker you want, okay? It's just that we have this window here that we have a relationship with Interactive Brokers and E-Trade that can connect this window so you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an IB or an E-Trade account. That's all it is. It's a feature, it's an option, it's not mandatory to use. Even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this, but it's here if you want it, okay? But if you don't have either of those two accounts, don't worry. You can still use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner, that's what we do, okay? Now, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. Using our web-based version, it's not available. Now, the other main reason for why I like to show it, you'll notice here it says Brokerage Plus. There are two options underneath, live and simulation. So live is what I explained about connecting to an E-Trade or an IB account. The other way is as a simulator, okay? If you're new to trading, please practice trading. Before you commit money to the market, QSI is, again, don't listen to me, guys. I am very conservative, in looking at things. When I see resistance fairly close, I usually don't like to take a trade. But, a lot of times they don't care about resistance and they just keep running. So, but the QSI, it's a great run from 762 up to 790 now. So again, if you're new to trading, practice trading. Our simulator uses our real-time data, okay? Doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. It's using our real-time data. So if you're, still deciding who you might want as a broker, but you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and you're ready to go. And it's very simple to use. You just click on an alert. Say I wanted to take snacks right here. Pick how many shares I want to trade. Click the buy button. Okay, you see there it is. Just a quick word about putting stops though. When you get into trading, not every trade is going to work. The way I trade is I always have a price where I'm getting out of the trade at, okay, if it doesn't work. Now, that's when you're new to trading, that's probably one of the most difficult parts is, well, okay, fine, I get the idea, but where am I going to put that price? Now, I just use this as an example. I wanted to make the math super simple, but typically what I do is I size up a 5-minute chart or a 15-minute chart where I think there's some support If it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. Wow, look at QSI. Again, don't listen to me. Look at QSI. Amazing. So again, that's one of the key. Taking a trade is one thing, but knowing when to get out is another thing. Now there are different ways to look at it. Again, I look at charts. I try to size up where I think there's a support level. Again, if it breaks down through that, I want to be out of the trade. Others may use the low of the previous 5-minute candle or a 15-minute candle. You have to get comfortable about where you're going to be placing your stops. There's no right or wrong. The only thing I would say is wrong, but again, a lot of people say, well, I'm going to put a 10-cent stop in every trade or a 0.5% or whatever. That's not based on anything, in my opinion. Okay, I like to look at charts. I like to, I think it should be based on something more than just an arbitrary number. So the next thing is how much you're going to risk per trade. You should try to keep your risk per trade about the same. You have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. In the simulator, I'm always demonstrating $100, okay? That's why, if you notice here, if I get stopped out at 401, if it goes down to 401, I'll lose approximately $100 on the trade in the simulator. Now, how did that number happen? Notice I took 500 shares. I wanted to make the math easy. I had an entry at 421, I had a stop at 401, and that happens to be, that's 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. So again, I vary my share size depending on the difference between my entry and my stop. Okay? One other thing, you should, in my opinion, again, you should have a checklist, and everything has to be checked before you take a trade. Really, you should be looking for reasons not to take a trade, okay? Most of mine, my reasons for taking a trade are already covered in a scan. In other words, I'm never going to see something with low volume or out of the price range that I like, things like that. So I can always, in my scans, a lot of things are already checked. Then the next thing I'm doing, because I'm a momentum trader, I'm looking to see how much room a stock has before I'll take a trade. Room meaning if I look left on a daily chart, a monthly chart, a weekly chart, where am I seeing the next high? I don't want to be too close because I think, okay, maybe it's going to stall there. That's just the way I trade. So again, practice trading, practice, practice, practice. You can practice swing trading. If I don't get out of this trade, and these are hotkeys, if I want to get out of a trade, I can flatten it, I can get it a half, or I can double my position. Okay, these are hotkeys. Or I could go here and I could pick how many shares I want to trade, all right? But if I keep this trade in, I don't get out of it at the end of the day, then I can carry forward to tomorrow. So you can practice swing trading using this Brokerage Plus window, okay? All right, back to looking for stuff. And if you have a lot more questions about using this Brokerage Plus window, Michael again will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. He's definitely way more of an expert using this. Yeah, meanwhile, what is happening with the markets? The SPY is just kind of resting here, not really doing too much. Man, oh man, this QSI is just. I maybe now. I mean, this is looks to me like resistance around this 820 mark. It's not a low float either, and this is what's surprising me. It's not a low float situation. All right, snacks. It's surprising how little interest. I mean, okay, a few days ago this was a $3 stock, but I mean, surprising how little interest there is in this with that float and the news they've been pumping out last week about being in Walmart's and Costco, today about being in 7-Eleven. Again, whether we think it's going to result in unbelievable revenue for the company, that's not usually the issue. The issue usually is low float, put out some kind of press release, put some big names in it. I'm not saying they're making it up, and that usually gives it the juice, and it just really hasn't happened. I mean, I know it's up. Well, it's only up 5%. Chase it, Barry. I can't. Maybe if it bases a little bit and takes this area out, I can. I'll take a hard look at it, but. So let's go back in time. Take a look at Rely. 930, 779 was the alert. There you can see the blue arrow designates the candle in which the alert happened. That's all it is. It's not, nothing more, nothing less. So you can see on the 15-minute chart, obviously that was the first 15-minute candle at 9:30. Here it is on the 5-minute, the blue arrow here. I'd have to scroll back to see where it was on the 2. So from that alert, 779, I'm not saying it was easy, but it got up to 827. The Rite Aid, the alert at 1347. I mean, that's awesome. I mean, it's now at 1482. The BFRI at 1038. Again, there's the candle. And, the next candle after that up to 1450. And I've sort of been disregarding the breakouts because I've been paying way more attention to the breakdowns. But we're starting to see that we're getting some great breakout plays too. Now let's take a look at this one. I'm still in that ALDX short. It's not doing anything, but there's no real reason for me to get out. Look at this one, guys. Almost an all-time low. LYEL. Almost an all-time low. So for me to take this one, this would probably have to take out that whole number of 7. I'm just seeing if there's any news on that one. Entered into a Second Amendment collaboration and license agreement with GSK. Well, I don't know if that's. I mean, this has just been drifting down. Another IPO here, disaster. I say this every single day. Show me an IPO that maybe launched 6 months ago that did, instead of this, did this. I'm sure there is one or two, but I just don't see them. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Sorry about that, guys. Back. Now, a word about this too, okay? I'm just showing you in this simulator. You notice I've got a max P. I thought that was 100. I guess okay. Well, anyway, max P&L is 67. Today's profit 52. That's what. So what this is telling me is, yeah, I mean 500 times a dime is approximately $50. Okay, so that's what this is telling me. If I had sold right at the very top, okay, which would have been 434, I would have made $67. Okay, this is in the simulator. Why this is important is that what if this said $500? At one point, I might have been up $500 on the trade, and I have let it drift down to being only $52. Obviously, not good. Okay, so this is maybe a good gauge, to show you how good are your exits. Are you getting rid of everything? Are you getting rid of half? Gauge and how good are your exits. Now, the next thing is the distance from the exit price. When I get out of a trade, it's going to tell me, okay, how far am I away from where I got out? So obviously, if you were long a stock and you got out, you'd like to see a nice negative number here. That would mean that the price is underneath where you got out, which is what you'd want to see, as opposed to a big positive number, which would mean, okay, I guess I got out too soon. So, this can kind of help you figure out how good are your exits. How good are you managing the trade, in other words? Not letting something that you're way up turn into like either a small gain or even worse, a loss. Yeah, SOPA just got halted and resumed, right? SOPA? Yeah. It's man, oh man. I mean, this is, again, 12 million in the float, so it's another low float situation. Well, there's the QSI, guys. Chase mode. I know you told me to chase it. Now, this is shortable for me, Interactive Brokers, so look at the volume. Still in my wonderful ALDX short. It's done nothing. Not a thing. I'm in at 349. It's sitting at 348. Okay, here's another reason, guys. I'm just reading about it now. Here's another reason Ms. Wood just added some of this to her portfolio. Not much, 163,000. That was on Friday. I guess that was last Friday. Okay, so that is another reason, I guess, why there's a little bit of excitement about QSI. This is what I'm reading. Okay. Yeah, I'm not a, for our solid trading, Vicky, I have no idea if the cars is going to help at all. Basically what it is, I mean, you can set up a top list, okay, and then you can start a race in your top list, or the symbols you have in your top list, and you can have it race on different things. Change, you know, which ones are moving the most right now, say if change from the open, or relative volume is increasing, things like that. You're setting up a race based on filter parameters. I haven't figured out a way to use it, okay? You know, to benefit my trading. Um, and there's a webinar today, though. Andy's putting on a webinar today, and he's going to go over a lot more detail. I asked him that question and say, you know, if you're a high of the day, low of the day type trader like I am, it's probably not that beneficial. But I don't want to, you know, just diss it like that. But you know, I like alerts. You know, I like alerts, and so it's all based on top lists and how things are running. So instead of looking at a top list window that gets updated every 30 seconds, you've got a little race going on. I mean, I could set one up. I think I had a couple here. Load from cloud. Let's just see if it makes race car. Okay, here we go. It takes 30 seconds, I think. Oh, first of all, I'm going to stop it. I should stop it. I should have run it for longer. Yeah, I just got to let this thing run out. All right, so there's QSI. Okay, well, here, QSI taking the lead here. Maybe it is good for our style of trading. ARQQ. All right, let's do it again. Now, I'm going to get it 10 minutes now this time, okay? And these are just filters, of course. So you can have the race based on any of your filters. All right, now we'll see what happens here. So it usually takes 30 seconds, I think, to get running. I'll put it up here, see what happens. No, 30 seconds to get started, and then it is real time. And the other thing is you can kind of see pullbacks too, because you can see something that's racing and then all of a sudden it starts moving back. Then you can look. So it's a visual presentation of a top list. All of a sudden, I guess if you saw something scoot out here, you say, okay, and you click on it and see what's happening. What I say, Andy's going to put on this webinar at sometime today. What I really wanted to see if it could be effective doing is say the increase of say option volume percent or relative volume. In other words, this is one filter I've always wanted. Great, we've got a relative volume of 1.66. What was it 10 minutes ago? Is that a big increase? Things like that. So a relative volume increase. No, not as an alert trigger, no. I think it's just geared towards top lists. So the only way I can see, but I don't use a lot of top lists. So oh, okay. Hi, Real. Yeah, short sell, Jay, and worth watching. WW is worth watching, and short selling. Okay. I'm sorry, I just saw your post now. Hey, listen, don't be afraid to ask questions, or don't be shy about asking questions. Anybody. So I guess if I had a top list and I'm seeing and it's just refreshing every 30 seconds, I guess again a more visual presentation. So if I click on GRTX, what's happening with it? Yeah, maybe. Or you can see it pulled back, I guess, and that's what that red means. There's GoEd. So a little increase for GoEd. So in other words, if you wanted to see, oops, what happened to it? Just give me a moment. I have to put this down here. So when you say export your orders or executions, are you talking about this, for instance, if this is an order and you wanted to export it to, say, an Excel file? Um, you know, with these ones, of course, there is. I mean, I can just save contents and to an Excel file. It doesn't look like you can do it here. It doesn't look like you can do it here. I'm just looking here. I don't see any way to yeah, export it. Yeah, I don't see it. I guess not. I mean, there's a calendar, you know, which will show you your trades. You can go back and take a look at your trades, I guess. But I do see what you're saying, but no way to export. Airlines are still pretty strong, guys. I'm just looking at some of these. Take a look at Jets. Jets, Jets. Yeah, I mean, Jets is still, there's the ETF for the airline industry. So I guess these little red areas are showing like a stall, either a stall or a bit of a pullback, I guess. Yeah, again, guys, I'm not sure how I would use it, but there's Wish. Okay, I mean, Wish is on the move here. Maybe I wouldn't. No, it's a part of our standard service, all in. So you could, I mean, what maybe it's probably even more valuable for people who have their own set of stocks they want to follow all day, you know, like a simple list of their own, and just want to follow what's happening with their stocks. If you don't see the calendar option, that's because if you click on new, not new from our toolbar, but click on in the Brokerage Plus window, click on new, and then click on calendar tab. Okay. So these are the other tabs you have. You just haven't clicked on the calendar tab. Well, there's Wish taking the lead, guys. Now, I mean, I may not have seen Wish. I mean, in a top list, I may not have seen this is starting to run. So maybe the use, you know, for somebody like myself, is that doesn't mean I take the trade now, but now at least I'm a little more aware of Wish. Okay, and now I can start watching it. Maybe put a price alert somewhere. seeing what sort of pattern it looks like, how much room it has, things like that. And you can, of course, have several races going on at the same time. There it is, the winner wish. Now, what this 1.78% means, obviously this is up 9.87%. So what it's saying is that since the start of the race, it increased 1.78%. That's what that means. You know, from whenever you started. Anyway, that's it. That's what it looks like. We have to figure out a way how to use it to make money. That's the bottom line, really. Well, look at snacks, guys. It's not actually turning out to be too bad. I mean, it's in the simulator. So again, you know, you can do things like this. If I wanted to get out of half my position, I just click on half. And you'll see the number of shares will reduce to 250. Okay. So my closed P&L, 55. I didn't have to go half though. If I wanted to trade out 100 shares at a certain price, I could have done it manually here. All right, guys. Well, things have really slowed down now for me. I'm not getting any new alerts. Yeah, let's take a look at GIS. General Mills is an earnings play. Oops, GIS. Okay, David. Sure. Somebody's asking for me to show the race again. Now, when you say the window, I mean you just basically you take any top list you want. You know, this is the top list I've got. Okay. And here are the stocks that are in this top list window. But you would take any top list window you want and then launch the real-time race. And I think the only trick I have to do is expand this so I can get the race lanes. Okay, again, 19. Now, based on what? So what do you want it to race on? So, you know, these are just, you know, you have your columns up here, your column headers up here. I'm going to race it on the change from the close, both on the based on the right here, and also on the server sort change from the close. Okay, and I'm going to run it for 10 minutes. Okay, and then I just click that. It takes, I think, 30 seconds as the cars are idling in the pit before they get running. And then after that, you just watch, watch the race. There's nothing more to it than that. Just give me a moment, please. I have to change my headset. Ah, sorry about that. Yeah, I put myself on mute. So, shoot, I'm not sure when I put myself on mute, but oh, I know when I changed my headset. Okay, so Again, this is just a visual representation of that top list, but the trick will be, again, to try to figure out a way to make money using this. How is this going to help me, identify something? No, I mean, if all of a sudden this shot over here, I wouldn't necessarily see that in a top list, but I'm not a big user of top lists. So, how it's going to help me, I'm not sure. It could help other people. You could create your own symbol list, with stocks that you want to follow. And you can, again, if you're on our latest beta, you can do this yourself. You'll notice that any top list window that you open, you would have the launch race car option. See, I'm not sure what this is showing me. I'll be honest here. I don't know what this is showing me because I'm looking at ARTs here and it's starting to drift down, and yet this looks like it's supposed to be increasing from the change from the close. So I don't really know what this is showing me. But there is a webinar this afternoon. Andy will be putting it on. I wonder if I can get a link. I think an email went out to everybody, but let me just see if I can get a link for Andy's webinar. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just verifying that the webinar is today. Okay, so this is not a general webinar. Okay. Sorry about that. I thought this was a general webinar, but it's not. It's more in-house, so it'll probably be archived for later. But right now, it's not for. It's not a webinar that's going out to everybody. All right. Well, I'm just going to shut this down. I mean, it's 53 seconds. This is just a demo. You guys can do the same thing. Okay, you can do the same thing. You need our latest version. You can take any top list you want and just run a race based on whatever you'd like to see. A change from the open, change from the close, relative volume increase, option volume increase. Whatever you want to pick. You just have to have the header. Maybe we'll have a dead heat here. Yeah, you wouldn't have got an email, Iris, because it's not going out to everybody. That was my mistake. Almost a dead heat. 3, 2, 1, and the winner is QSI. Barely. Now, how's that going to help me trade? I don't know. It's not a webinar. I made a mistake. Yeah, the webinars are those Monday to Thursday webinars that we have. They're all canceled probably until January. This was a special. This was a special webinar about the race cars, but I guess it's an internal thing. All right, you know who's here. All right, Bill, there's a question that you can probably ask Michael Noss, okay? If you can hang around for another 28 minutes. And I'll send you to the YouTube room. When I take my break, he's way more of an expert than I am, okay? He probably has a simple explanation. All right, I'm going to flatten out the rest of this, and you can see, how it would move back down to my entry price for the snacks. This is in the simulator, of course. So guys, it's a great way to practice. If you're new to trading, use the simulator. It just uses our real-time data, okay? It doesn't matter who your broker is. It's nothing to do with your broker. It's using our real-time data to practice trading. Well, I'm still in this short of ALDX at 349. It's doing absolutely zip. Just want to make sure it is, Michael. I'm pretty sure it is. All right, guys. Well, yeah, things have really slowed down. Just making sure Michael will be there. Boy, this one, guys, I mean, this is an earnings play. It looks like it's just going to keep drifting down, down, down. CGNT, it's an all-time low. IoT. Let's take a look at IoT from real. Two-minute cross. Yes, there's a right there. I don't think there was any pre-market data at all, so that probably is about the same, 25.89 or so, 25.88. Bearish, yes. That's the whole idea. Yeah, cross down, an 8 EMA crossing down over the 20 SMA. So that orange line that you see here may be hard to see, but there's an orange line. Let me just bring a bigger chart out. You can kind of see what I'm talking about, what real is pointing out. So with IoT, and then put it on a 2-minute. So you see that orange line? Just trying to cross down through that blue line. So that's the 20 SMA, and there's the 8 EMA. Now it's popped back up, so but let's see if that holds. That is in theory a short setup, okay? And then the reverse, if the 8 EMA crossed above, like it did here, that is a long setup. Did Wish move? Because remember, it won the race before. Maybe that was telling us something. Yeah, it's still the same. But I mean, it's definitely, it's sort of interesting. All right, guys, as I say, things have really slowed up. I'm not getting any new alerts. I'm just, the only thing I'm in still is the ALDX short at 359, 349. I have none, really, Jay. I'm not really, that's maybe more of a question for Real. I mean, he's the one who brought this to our attention, it seems like years ago now. This whole cross idea, but I mean, the crosses work on any time frame. All right, so, but I'm not, because I'm not a longer term trader, looking at a cross on a, wait a minute. I'm sorry. You're talking SMA for intraday 20, 50, 200. Okay. The only crosses that we seem to use in the room is the 8 EMA crossing the 20 SMA. Doesn't matter the time frame. Okay? I also have my cat here, David. So cats and dogs. Okay, so I'm not saying a person shouldn't, but in this room, the vast majority use an 8 EMA crossing the 20 SMA. So not a 20, 50, or 200. Yeah, the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA, yes. That's what you see in my charts on all the different time frames. Hard to see maybe, but you know, there's that orange line and the blue line. The orange is the 8 EMA and the blue is the 20 SMA. And I've just been dawdling on this CGNT. I should be in this short right about here. Right about here. This showed up on my lifetime's low list constantly, and then today it has earnings and it's making, you know, lifetime low. CGNT. If this holds under 16, it doesn't drift down too much more, I'll probably end up taking this short. Meanwhile, look at the SPY. Yeah, nice little jump for the SPY here, guys. You know, that GRTX has been a real messy trader today. I have not touched it. Look at this. I mean, chop, 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 up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Look at the 5-minute chart. I mean, you can say maybe the truer end is a little bit up, but boy, depends how many shares you take, where you're going to put your stop, and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, there's actually a cross down for it right there at 827 for the QSI. Also, but I mean, right here, I mean, you can see that if it took out, you know, 8, I mean, right there on that 15-minute chart, it looks like there's a bunch of bottoms right around 809 or so. You know, if it took that out, but to me, it would have if it takes out 8, I think that could really spell the end of it for a while anyway. So I'll stick an alert. But there is volume. I mean, on the GRTX, there is volume coming in. It's increasing. Okay, guys, we've got a change here. So you can actually see this webinar, okay? You have to register. If you want to see this webinar, I think it is today, but you'll see when this is the sign up for it. I hope that makes sense. That's the sign up. If you want to find out a little more about race cars and all, this is the sign up. Let me see if that makes sense when I do it. Register. There we go. Okay. So it's between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern Time. And of course, it'll be archived. So if you can't make it live, but Andy's putting it on, okay? Okay, so how did you lay out the sub windows in a dock window? Are you just talking about creating a dock like I have here? I mean the concept? Okay. Um, what I would do is this: if you haven't already gone to our, because it is fully explained. Let me just show you though something. Now, let me ask you this. Is there any specific reason why you want to create a docked, like a docked window? Is there any specific reason? I mean, it's not necessary. I do it because I do like how clean it is, you know, and I can move here my thumbnail charts and things like that. But I mean, it's a little bit difficult, you know, once you get the hang of it, it's like anything else. But it's not, certainly not necessary to do. But if you do want to find out, and if I put my homepage link in, okay? And if you click on my homepage link, and then go to the education section, click here, and then click on the user guide. I'm hoping there is a section on docking. Docking, okay? So take a look at this. I think there's some text and maybe a video. And take a look at this. And if you're still having problems, you know, I can help you later. But I would take a look at this first, okay? I don't really go over docking very much because it's just not something that most people need to do or want to do. The docking for me is way more important in terms of the dock channel bar. Because again, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, this is the main reason for the docking. Because now all these channels that we used to, well, we have the same channels, but before you could not load a channel without your layout disappearing. You know, so consequently, probably people didn't look at the channels very much. Because why would you want to do that? Yeah, you could save your layout and then load a channel, load something from the channel bar, and your layout would go. Then you'd have to bring your layout back and all. It wasn't very conducive to surfing through the channels all day long if that's what you wanted to do, or every now and then even. But now, you know, you just have to, you click on a channel and notice my layout is still present underneath, right? So that to me is the biggest reason for docking. And everything is still basically the same as what we looked at 20 minutes before or 10 minutes before the market opened. All these major sectors are essentially the same, except consumer staples have slid more. I think that was around 60 odd %. So consumer staples has slid a little bit. So only 35% of them are up from yesterday's close that make up XLP. So you could go down here and you can see GIS, you know. There's GIS as an example. Earnings play, Kroger, the grocery store, not an earnings play, but Clorox, you know. But So this is just a presentation of the symbols that are in all the major sectors. All right, guys, down goes QSI. There was a nice, again, that the cross, the 8 EMA crossing below the 20 SMA. That is almost textbook. You're talking about CTMX? Oh yeah, we had that one identified. Certainly, I mean it was one of the big gappers down. Unfortunately, stupidity on my part, it did not take it because I thought there'd be support, and there was none. Too close to that 465. I thought there'd be support around maybe that 430 mark. That is the best one, obviously, today. 465. Getting all the way down to 368. I mean, a dollar move in a $4 stock, you do the math. I mean, that is just a great percentage move. And pretty steady. Look at that 15 minutes, pretty steadily down. Only one little jog right there that would have probably got you out of some. And the one I did take is a complete and utter snoozer, ALDX. Same sort of thing though. Bad news for both of these. Bad news caused the big gap down in both of them. Yeah, it's gone. If you ask, I can't click on the old channel bar, okay? Because then my layout disappears. I think if you go to info at tradeideas.com and ask for it. The reason why it's gone is that, we had too many channels. Number one, we had way too many channels. We had overlapping channels. So what we did is we basically just looked at the use of all the channels, and we could track our subscribers, what channels are being used the most. As strange as it may seem, Traders Vault was hardly used, so it got turfed. Now, turfed from the channels, but if you ask for it, there is still a link that you can have. Okay? All right, guys, it's 11:55, so in about less than 5 minutes or so, I think Michael will be in our YouTube room. So what I'm going to do is I am going to put the YouTube link. You want to head over there. Again, if you have a lot more detailed questions about using this Brokerage Plus window, maybe creating your own strategies and back testing them, things like that. He is way more of an expert. I don't do back testing at all anymore. As I say, he'll be in a YouTube room between 12 and 1. Yeah, I'm seeing one of my ones I just really don't like to look at, but JAGX, you're right, a little bit of a move in here. My guess is that it'll just stall about 150 and then drop. Okay, I'm going to just get my announcement in also. So this one actually bounced a little bit. The LYELL, or sorry, the LYEL. I was actually looking to take this one short below 7, but it didn't happen. Let's take a look at tech. 2-minute cross down from real. Let's take a look. TECK. And there's the 2-minute cross down up here, 27.34. That's not too far away, 27.20. No, perfect. Stupidly, I did not. I talked myself out of taking it, and obviously that would have been probably my best trade of the day had I taken it, the CMTX. Well, UAL from the AI. I mean, obviously it's an airline. The airlines are doing well today. Just look at the ETF. Jets still doing probably pretty well, looking a lot like UAL and probably Delta, DAL, and JetBlue, and all the other airlines. Maybe there is a glimmer of hope, guys. Take a look at CCL. Is it still holding its gains? Yeah, CCL. So the cruisers are doing well. Okay, Michael, I see you started. Okay, guys, I'm going to take my break now. I'm going to stop my stream in our YouTube room. Have a good hour, Michael.
Alright everyone, let me just test the sound while I hide all of the cool stuff. That seemed to work. Maybe a little louder. Hold on. Alright. Turn that up a little bit and hit that button. Wait for that to go over, make sure that goes as well. Perfect, I see it over there. Okay everyone, welcome. all 58 of you, to the noontime Q&A. So if anyone is new here, what we do is we take a little bit of time off. We give Barry a break to go grab some lunch, and we open up the room to Q&A for the next hour. So if you have any questions or comments or concerns or whatever about trading or trade ideas or anything like that, I'll be here hanging out, helping you guys out with that. As always, we love questions here because we we really don't have anything prepared when we come into these. It's more of just we want to make sure that there is room for questions. So we want to make sure that we leave it open too. So the more questions you ask, the less I will be waffling on about random stuff, which I'm sure is beneficial to all of us. Oh yeah, Lambos for the race cars. Yeah, that's going to be a good feature for some. One of those things, Trade Ideas has so many features in it that some will find use in them and some won't. And for me, I'm more of a swing trader, and it doesn't have any swing trading capabilities as of yet, but I'm sure that's something that will be worked on. Really going through the market right now, because my whole thing is until you guys start asking questions, I'm just going to continue my work. So if you guys don't know me, I'll just type hi in the chat, which also links to my personal YouTube there. But I have been using Trade Ideas for near 20 years and consulting with Trade Ideas for 5 years now. I'm a CMT, back there somewhere, well out of focus. And a kind of statistician. So a quant might be a better word. So my trading style has to do with using algorithms and things like this to find potential names to trade, and then using my technical analysis experience to actually place the trades on top of that. So run through Brokerage Plus. Sure. So you want to do okay, so first of all, you're saying the Brokerage Plus and IB is showing different profit numbers. Two things that could cause that, because it works. Like we've got many users using it, so we know on balance it works. The two things that I've noticed, one is if you're not American, that can cause a little bit of it just because of the currency, the FX difference. So I'm Canadian, so I get some different numbers there as well. The other thing that could cause it is if your data feed is not correct from Interactive Brokers, right? So you have to go to them and ask for a correct real-time, not their snapshot quotes, but a real-time data feed. And then you'll get more accurate data, because when it comes to calculating P&L and stuff, we pull that from IB. That's not our math, that's their math. So if it's the snapshot quotes might look good on Trader Workstation, but we use the deeper quotes. So I would give that a shot. Now, placing stops. So you talked about limits and stops. So let's just click on, NVAX, and say we're interested in buying NVAX. So here's how you fill out just the basic order entry. You've got your shares right here, which you can actually click on the words shares and it will turn that to dollars. So if you want to enter, instead of a share amount, if you want to enter a dollar amount, which is something I use all the time, right? Say you have a $100,000 account and you want to split that account into 10 different ways. You can go through and change that. So you could say, hey, I want to put $1,000 on any given trade. So that's what I'm typing on another monitor. One moment. Right. So if I type in 1,000, because it says dollars up here, that will be $1,000 instead of 1,000 shares. You can switch that back and forth. If I want to put out a limit order, I just need to type in whatever I want the limit price to be. So let's say 189. And then select account, right? I'm connected to our sim here on this show account that I have. That's how I'd place a limit order. If I place a stop order, if I want to place a stop order, I would put, say I want it over 190. So I'll put 190, say 10 there. And then whatever, and that's in the stop column. So then whatever I have in the price column will be the price that the limit order goes out. So I could say 191. If I wanted it higher, I could say 189 if I wanted it lower. And if I wanted to be a stop market order, I would just click in there and I'd click market. And that's how, again, we use that in particular. So when I go into stop limit on Brokerage Plus, yeah, you can't just move the stop limit just by dragging and dropping, just because there's 2 orders associated with it, and we don't know what order you want to move. We want to move. So I would just re-push that in. And then, depending on the liquidity of the stock, if you're looking to get in, limit versus stop market versus stop limit will be pretty close. I see questions about options using Brokerage Plus, and no, we don't have option capability as of now. So another question here regarding the TI strength from the Market Explorer. What factors contribute to the screening, and what time scale is it looking after? So it's a daily chart for sure. It's all based off, this is a swing trading kind of a thing, not an intraday thing at all. What goes into it, we can't divulge. We can't divulge everything, but it is just a series of indicators, and it's a ranking system, right? So if for example, it's above the 200-day moving average, we'll give it 5 points, say. And if the 50-day moving average is over the 200-day moving average, we'll give it another 5 points. It works that way. But there's a whole series of indicators to it. But like anything, you wouldn't just blindly follow it. You would use your charting skills and your written trading plan that you've worked so hard to build, and make sure that you're trading with that trading plan. So generally speaking, how you would use just the scan in general, because you talk about them expiring, is if you like, it's going to show you just stocks that are strong, right? Stocks that are strong relative to the market and relative to its index. And you would trade those based on however your written and tested trading plan shows you how to, and exit them whenever. Because they don't really expire, eventually everything stops going up. So, that's the job of the traders, to have some sort of plan in place to figure out when to exit. So, for example, I'm really interested in this STX. I'm going to put a price alert around 110, but I may actually get in today if the candle kind of closes like this or strong. Now, why? It's not the most highest ranked one, but it's the highest ranked one that also has a pattern that I like as a trader. And, how long will I stay in it? Well, I'll develop some sort of exit strategy based off of a trend line or a moving average or something like that. So, like anything, you don't just follow it, and you don't just sell it at a certain time for no reason. You have to develop reasons for entry, and you have to develop reasons for exits. Now, the 5 that we give each week, we have entries and stop losses for that. But when it comes to profit targets, that's entirely up to you. And I know Sean was already saying this yesterday, but isn't that sad that this BRG got bought out Monday? If it got bought out Tuesday, that would have been phenomenal. But what do you do? That's the market. So yeah, again, your stop limits, you won't be able to move on our charts. If you can move them on IB, that's fantastic. I believe that's coming in an update soon, but it's just something we have to continuously improve upon. It's one of those that the brokers are always changing how they express orders and things like that. So we have to kind of update with them. No problem. Now, for me, I love this is this TI Strength Market Explorer window is for me one of my most important scanning tools right now. Right, where it's because there's this human inclination to try to buy bad stocks or shitty stocks, right? I get questions all the time about what do I think of Peloton right now. I'm like, well, Peloton's an awful stock. It's just horrible. It's gone from 120 to 40. It's there was a time where Peloton was actually in TI strength somewhere around here, and that looked phenomenal. But when these things get broken, it's time just to move on, right? So what the TI Strength Alerts window does a very good job of doing is showing you things that are still strong. And then when they break, it's not going to show them to you anymore. So like this LNTH, I actually picked up a little bit of this morning. I got triggered in a stop limit as it broke this high right here. I really, really like the look of this one. Probably yesterday's low will be a stop loss for me. Maybe even today's low. But I know that I don't really need to look much further because everything that I see in here is going to be strong names. And there's times that I open up this scanner to do my nightly scanning, and there's not really anything that I like in there or nothing that's really good. And I've almost just used that as a cue, right? It's saying, okay, Mike, there's nothing here that's strong. Maybe that means the market's not strong and none of the sectors within the market are strong. So it might be time to kind of move on and, to do some other type of trading, right? As someone who trades stocks and cryptos and Forex and, give me a chart and I'll trade it. I always like to just look for relative strength. It seems to be, in my opinion, by far the easiest way to trade. But again, I get it. Humans like an underdog, so they always want to find stuff that's beaten up and they want to buy it. But the math shows that that's wrong. So like another one that I'm watching today, BBW, Build-A-Bear. I don't know what this is, but if you zoom out, this thing's really, really strong, and it's doing a good job of holding at these highs and has a nice kind of pullback going on here. So I'm watching this pullback, right, to see when and if this trend line, I wish we had beefier trend lines, but I draw it on, let's do it like that then. Right, so this downtrend that's happening here, that's interesting to me, again, as long as we're going to kind of be in this area or above those highs. So I always just try to take a look at relative strength and strong names. Again, it's not as glamorous as buying that stock that's kind of completely fell apart, but there's still some fun to be had. Position. So I see your position range question, and I'm going to answer it, but at the same time, I have a whole video that I made on my YouTube channel here, so you can check that out if whatever if I miss something. But essentially, the easiest way to look at position and range is, let's got a nice clean candle I can zoom in on for you. Let's just do NVAX. I know that's got. So let's go to NVAX and let's look at, like a monthly candle and zoom right in. All right, so we're talking about this last candle right here on NVAX. So how we do our position and range indicator is we kind of look at the high. Get out of there with that text box. We look at the high here and the low of the candle, And then we mark that so that the high of the candle is going to be 100, right? So this would be a 100% position in range. And the low of the candle would be a 0% position in range. So then, right, the middle would be 50, above that would be anything greater than 100, and below that would be anything less than 0. So, for example, if you wanted stuff in the top end of its monthly range, you could go to the position in range and search for something between 80 and 100. And what it would do is it would find you stocks that are, excuse me 1 second, I just got it so I can see my drawing tools. So an 80 to 100 position range would put you somewhere in here. And it's a good way to find things that are somewhere inside of the range, right? So they're not well above, they're not well below. For example, one of the things I like, and one of the things that is in TI strength, without going into all the details, is stocks that are in a higher end of their yearly range, right? That allocates points to it. So stocks, you won't see a lot of stocks that if you look at their lifetime or year range are way down here, because that's not really strong at that time. So you'll find stuff that's, the higher it is, the more kind of points it will get. So that's a good way to look at it, is just think of a candle, right? The top of the candle's 100, the bottom of the candle's 0, and then you just try to figure out where you want to exist in those range. So, for example, say you wanted a stock that's pulling back. You may say, hey, I want that stock to be a up big on the day, but I want the current position in range to be like 50%. And what you'll basically be saying is, I want a stock that's up strong, and then now it's in the middle of that daily range. So it would have had to pull back into the middle of that range. So if that makes sense. You could also do it for Fibonacci stuff for people who are Fibonacci guys, right? You could say, I want it to be, near that 618 position in the weekly range, or 3.8% or something like that. But for me, I get it. It's a little bit weird to wrap your head around, but it's just a super powerful tool. It's one of my favorite filters. It just does a really good job of describing price action, right? I think that the change in X period of time and then the position in X period of time, these two combined, you can do a lot of cool things when it comes to building where you want that chart to be when it is you're going to enter. So that's my pre-workout. I always work out when I'm done these. So if I start talking faster and faster and get more and more energetic, that's why. So just looking at my trader chat here, and Steve pointed out something on the IWM here that I think is super important to keep an eye on. And that's this RSI divergence going on right here. My camera hangs right over where this thing, can I move that? Perfect. There we go. Let's just tuck it up there somewhere. So an RSI divergence is essentially when you get the price moving down, but yet the RSI not participating. As a momentum indicator, you would expect when the market or the stock or the crypto or whatever you're looking at makes new lows, that the RSI would not, or would as well, to confirm. And as traders, myself and I know the guys in Trade Ideas and a lot of them, the best indication you can possibly get is when a stock doesn't do what it should, right? When something is supposed to be breaking out to new highs but doesn't, or when a head and shoulders pattern fails. These are really interesting patterns because it's kind of showing its hand of something that it's not doing. And IWM had a little breakdown there, and I had a Dragonfly Doji yesterday. And then with this RSI divergence and this bounce today, it's very interesting to see what's going to happen here. what I'm watching is kind of this just downtrend, this wedge that's going on here. Something like that, right? And with the RSI going up, maybe we are getting a short-term bottom here. Yeah, I got my Christmas lights going on back there. Try to keep me in the Christmas spirit while I'm sitting here staring at the market. And FYI, the market's closed Friday. I know there was some confusion about that. I saw on Twitter. Some people said it was a half day. Some people were saying that it's a full day. It's closed. Everything's shut, which is fantastic because I was kind of worried we weren't going to get a day just because, uh, everything's on Saturdays, right? Both Christmas and New Year's are both on Saturdays. So I was kind of bummed that I'm in Canada, east coast of Canada. We don't have regression lines for that channel. Now, again, so how you want to, if you want to find anything, right, whether or not we have it, just go to a new window, go to the search tab, and then this is fantastic, right? So we have a regression. Oh, yes. Well, I guess we have that. I don't know roughly how that works, but we have the regression divergence, which will just show you how much a stock is following like a 45-degree regression line or not. But that's not really anything to do with the channels. So you could try these depending on what your trading plan is. Now, what I'll say, and I've worked on this a bit with Barry because I know he likes to use regression channels a bit. Bollinger Bands are really close. They're both standard deviations around something. One standard deviations around a regression line, the other one's standard deviations around a 20-period moving average. But when I was comparing them back and forth, they were eerily similar. So I think your best bet for what we have would be to take a look at the position in Bollinger Bands, which I just talked about, position and range. This would work the same way. So, if it's a 5-minute Bollinger Band you're looking at and you wanted it right near that low, you would set the minimum to, maybe 10. Set the minimum to 0 and the maximum to 10. And it would find you stocks in the low end of that range. And again, in most cases, it's going to be incredibly close. I'm trying to think of what would cause a regression line to deviate a lot from a moving average mathematically. And I don't think that there's really much of a case in which that would occur. It would all have to do with, I guess, the length of the moving average as well. But so the exact regression channels we don't have, but also be careful with those, right? It's things like regression and standard deviation. They're cool tools, but they also assume, and this is just, I guess, there's like one math nerd who will get this, but they all assume a normal distributed market. And the one thing we know about the stock market is it's not in any way, shape, or form normal distribution. It's an abnormal distribution. So then when you're talking about standard deviation, things get a little bit squirrely. So I cannot start automated positions open for IB. What plan are you on? Are you on the premium or the standard plan? Just because the premium plan is needed for the full automation. The standard plan will allow, right click trading and trading kind of off the chart like that and things like that. That's step one. Make sure you're on the premium plan. Step two is make sure that that you've gone back to IB and you're paying for their data plan, their advanced data plan. After that, you just need to make sure that you walk through all of the, let me get the setup video correctly. Again, once you're sure that you're not just paying for their snapshot quotes, but you have, their advanced plan that I think is like $50 a month for prices. Otherwise, they give us last price, but not bid ask price, and then no automated order can get pushed through. And then you just make sure you set it up as, where is this? Brokerage plus inflow. As this video shows right here. And then, yeah, just walk through that, right? So it'll be as simple as connecting it and then setting up your strategy correctly, right? Making sure that when you're in the strategy, you have an account selected down here. And I'll turn on simulated default or simulated plan. That your entry time, that it's, within the entry time that you're after, right? Make sure that your order details make sense, that they're, fixed dollars or shares or based off stop loss. And then, the other thing that we see a lot is people trying to like high frequency trade with like incredibly low, like a 1% stop loss and a 2% profit target and things like that. If your stop loss and your profit target are too close together, then IB won't send the order as well. Those are the biggest things to look at. If all of those are checked, like you're not trying to, do kind of hyper scalp trades like that with super low risk, and you're paying them for their advanced data plan, then you'll just have to email into support, and they'll have to go through your logs, because it certainly working today. I have some automated systems that I run on another machine. They all execute it perfectly fine. I took a look at news. RELI. I don't have the IB news service open right now. There you go. ZW Data Action announces NFT metaverse stuff. I am the wrong guy to ask about news. I'll just let you know. I don't believe there's any predictive power to news events at all. And I think that anybody who's trying to use those with news is going to have a bit of a bad time, personally. But to each your own, right? If it's working for you, great. I'm just not. I know Barry looks at news and stuff, but yeah, there's news here that's not even related to that, isn't there? Let me see. Did you just... Yeah, I'm sure you've Googled it, right? Before you... RELI news. Something to do with earnings. I don't know. Can we have filters with cost to borrow and short interest? We have short interest filters already. Cost to borrow, we couldn't, because it's all going to depend on your broker, right? Some brokers are going to have X cost to borrow, some will have Y. People who trade prop will have something else, right? So that's not a standard number. Short interest we have. So the short float on RELI is 2.8%. So it's not very heavily shorted. And this thing's just dying. So this isn't really, I'm more of a swing trader. I don't get involved in a lot of this craziness, but that chart to me looks like there's going to be a lot of RELI bag holders at the end of the day. And we're sitting right at the pre-market lows after this kind of giant gap up, pump and dump. So that's how I look at it. Is I say, hey, um, I don't need the news on this, because whatever it was, it got everyone all hyped up. And the fact that it's a 1 million share float is what popped it. And now all the day traders took their money and they're on their way out. So again, just nothing I would touch personally. I know Barry loves hyper scalping these kind of crazy ones. I'm just not. Just doesn't work for me. It's all right. You always, and that's a big lesson when it comes to trading too, right? Is try to follow whatever works for you personally. Like, so Bill asking, how do I trade intraday when I decide to? I use Brokerage Plus for order entry. What I trade is just based off trading plans that I have, right? So I've got some automated systems that do some, just simple revision kind of thing. And then intraday, when it comes to intraday trading, I generally try to stick to a lot of the bigger ones. Like I'll trade the SPY every now and then, the indexes themselves, just a lot of liquidity, no games like that. And then it's really, after that, it's just position size, right? So say you're trying to make $500 in a day, right? You could trade an RELI with $500 and like try to double it. And if you have a small account, maybe that's the only way to do it. Although, in my opinion, it's a harder way to do it. For me, I bought when the gap got filled here on 30s and we made a new 30-minute high. I bought some of the SPY here today, and that's been working out fantastically. But again, I'm just more of a slower, boring guy. But again, it's all based off a trading plan. I always say either you have a trading plan and you follow it, and then you've got a shot at trading, or you don't have a trading plan, or you don't follow it. And either of those ways, I think you're done. There was no news. Yeah, well, again, the thing is with insanely low volume stuff like RELI, like insanely low float, whatever, it just takes one guy with any kind of a following to buy a bunch on Monday and then send an email to all of his followers to say, hey, this stock looks amazing. I'm going to buy some on the open tomorrow. Look how awesome this stock is. And that creates a little bit of, right? You got to think. So the float's 1.7 million on this, and it's a $5 stock. So the entire company's worth $5 million. So you get one guy with a $500,000 account that he buys in, but he's got 5,000 followers, and he sends it out, and each of those 5,000 followers put in $1,000, right? So that's $5 million right there. So that doubles the price of the stock. So these things can certainly move with no news, which again is great if you're, a very fast, kind of Momo trader and things like that. But, unless you're that guy, I would highly recommend staying away, just because, again, it can move for no reason, right? A $5 million company is near nothing. Trade ideas would be valued at many, many, many times that, and we're not even a huge company. So this thing, it's like, even yesterday, what would have been like a $3 million company. So very easy for a trading room or a Discord server or something to manipulate. Yeah, it would have been a $3 million company yesterday. So very, very easy for anyone with any kind of size to manipulate it. And that's why I always feel bad when I see these things spike up and drop. And I always say that you need a trading plan, because there's so many people out there, hopefully not in this room, but there's so many people out there that bought this thing at like $7-8 that are just going to hold it forever now. And the look of it now, again, anything can happen. It's a tiny company, but might be on its way back to 2, right? And those people who bought at 8 just have no shot of ever getting their money back. So again, if you keep your finger on the pulse, maybe, but again, nothing that seems like a lot of a headache, where I'm doing well enough on my little SPY trade, and then I'm still watching TI Strength. The only thing that technically triggered from TI Strength so far is NVAX, but I didn't take it just because of the gap. So I'm waiting for NVAX to see if this thing will turn. I think I've got a stop limit now over 200. If it gets back over 200, I'm interested, but nothing else triggered. So there's really not much for me to do there. And I mentioned that I'm in this LNTH. I like the look of that, and I'm watching Seagate STX as well. Right? It's slow. It's coming to the end of the year, right? You definitely don't want to swing for the fence and then be all pissed off during Christmas that you did that. The book I mentioned earlier. Oh, Thinking Fast and Slow. I don't think I have it back there. I forget the author, but it's a great book. Again, too long didn't read is just it basically talks about how different people have different brain capacities, right? Some people can access information incredibly quickly, right? And you know, they're fast thinkers. And the best way I've thought of it, my lights are going crazy back there, aren't they? Is that think of like a Call of Duty player would be a fast thinker, right? And I played a lot of video games growing up. And a fast thinker, not just being, good with a controller or whatever, but when you're playing like a fast-paced shooter, you're listening to the guy on your left. You see that a teammate died over there, and the objective's this way, and you think the enemy's coming, right? So you're taking all kinds of information, and you have to quickly make a decision, right? Do you go that way? Do you go this way? Do you shoot that one? And it's all about making very rapid decisions that are imperfect based off tiny bits of information. That would be a fast thinker, and I always will put Barry into that as well, right? Because it's when you're day trading, especially when you're scalping, you're getting very limited information. You have to just go, okay, it's decision time, and I need to make all of these imperfect decisions incredibly quickly. And some people work like that, and then the kind of antithesis of this is the slow thinker, where I put myself, and they're more of a chess player, or back to video games, something like a real-time strategy game or something where you have time to plan out what you're doing. Chess would probably make more sense to most people, is you're not essentially in a rush to do anything. You have time to do things. So you're better at making plans and analyzing things from the top down, getting more exact, broader information and putting that kind of puzzle together. That would be a slow thinker. And I think that book is a perfect book for trading, just because I think depending on when you're reading through this book, wherever you see yourself is where you should focus your trading. Because if you are a slow thinker, then you want to go out further, right? You want to look at swing trading, or even longer term day trading, like day trading off 15-minute candles, or even some sort of algorithmic type of thing where you come up with the idea and away you go. And then conversely, if you're a fast thinker, you want to be trading incredibly quickly and thinking very fast. And those people are usually also impatient as well. So that helps, getting that quicker amount of money. Again, for me, I found that I am a slow thinker, so I'm way better off swing trading. So again, a great book. I have a whole series on books I can look up if you guys are interested. Let me see if I can find it here. I have a 3-part series I did on best trading books, best psychology books. Yeah. Playlists, books. So there's 3 videos in that playlist, and those are just kind of book recommendations I have to check out. Market Explorer just hasn't made it to the web version yet. Just one of those, so many things to do, not an infinite amount of devs to do it kind of thing. I'm sure it's on the list. The web version, unfortunately, usually gets updates a little bit slower than everything else. But it's it's completely different architecture. It's Java versus C++. It's a different beast entirely. So it just needs a different set of programmers to have time that work on the web version and go from there. Mike's asking, what fundamental metrics do I use when looking to get into a swing trade? Absolutely none. I just don't. I've never met a successful fundamental trader. I will look at, make sure there's no earnings or news events that I can see that are, incoming, right? I don't want to be trading something with, hold on, there we go. My mic's just being weird there. Yeah, so I just, I don't want to trade the day before earnings or something like that. I'll also look at the sector, right? If this, if another one's a, so I'm looking at Robinhood right here. It's a brokerage. If I already had 3 brokerages in my swing portfolio, I wouldn't add another one to it. So, all stuff like that, but I don't care about fundamentals. Again, other than like a Warren Buffett, name me a really successful fundamental trader. Well, again, if there are, I don't know them. Again, a pure fundamental trader, right? You can be incredibly right on your fundamental thesis and have the stock just tank against you. So then why would I focus on that? Right? Like Robinhood could be a great undervalued company, and they could have a lot of money coming in, and people just don't see it. If the stock's going down, then I'm losing money. If the stock's going up, then I'm making money. So I just don't, I don't see a benefit of studying that, of studying the actual fundamental data like earnings and, PE ratios and stuff like that, because again, they don't matter, right? Sometimes a company's got a, it's like the people who say, oh, I want to buy Apple because it's a great company. It's like, well, everyone already knows it's a great company, right? That's already priced into the stock. So what matters about Apple is, like, if you're going to buy it here, you just hope that it goes up. And that's all there is to it. So for me, I'll focus on price. Again, whatever works for you. If you're making a bunch of money with your trading strategy, keep at it for sure. Make sure, I just always say, even if you are a fundamental trader, you have to always look at price. So for example, MindMed. I had a pretty long-term position in MindMed because I really like, you can't even see it here on the chart, before it got listed onto the NASDAQ. You'd have to see, I have the Canadian version. So I like the idea. I truly believe that, psychedelics as a treatment for anxiety and things like this is going to be something huge in the future. The price is going down. Why would I buy it even if I had a good fundamental thesis and the price is going down? So, what I see a lot of traders who use fundamental do to make money is they will come up with a fundamental thesis to create their watch list. So how I do it is I use algorithms to come up with my watch list. Like TI Strength, for example, is an algorithm I built that looks for strong names. So what I'll do is I'll use, TI Strength, which is an algorithm that I made, and I know that those stocks have a propensity to trade much higher over a short period of time. So I will use that as a watch list, but then I will always make price be the deciding factor of whether or not I enter. I would never just blindly trust an algorithm for stuff like that. And the same as most successful traders that use fundamentals will use a fundamental catalyst as a reason to watch the stock and then use technical analysis to get in. And this is, this is coming from someone who worked in the hedge fund space for 10 years, right? We would do due diligence and risk management profiles and everything across hundreds and hundreds of different hedge funds of all shapes and sizes. And that's a lot of what they would do as well. So, for example, there would be a hedge fund that, they would develop a fundamental thesis on Bank of America or just something boring like that. Say, I think Bank of America is going to be a well-run company, and that the current macro environment will be suited to blah 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 whatever. So they'd come up with their fundamental thesis, but then they would always then pass that off to a trader or a technical analyst and say, okay, now it's your job to try to figure out when to get me in. They wouldn't just simply blindly, I have a fundamental theory, therefore buy, because, what if the stock's just tanking? Because it's one of those things that if the market is just, this kind of giant crowd psychology mechanism. The only time, and this is one thing that really gets people, if you really sit there for a while and think about it, why does a stock go up? And a stock goes up just because there is more buyers and they're more aggressive than there are sellers. So if your fundamental theory about why Bank of America is going to increase 10% over the next year is correct, if no one else sees it, then it doesn't matter, right? You could be 100% right, but if there's not other people who see it and are willing to pay up on it, then it doesn't matter. So, anyone who's interested in fundamentals, that would be my suggestion, is, however you want to build your list of names that you're interested in for long-term investments and things like that, go right ahead, but just make sure that price is kind of the ultimate arbitrator of when I'm going to get in, and more importantly, when am I wrong, right? Because, fundamental analysis is no different than technicals. You're not right all the time. Ask Warren Buffett, right? Even he gets clobbered all the time. Now, he doesn't have a risk management thing, but what he does is he divides his portfolio into a large enough range that it doesn't matter. But for us who are trying to trade to make a quick buck, I don't think there's any value in fundamentals, right? Plus, if the fundamentals remain the same, then so would the price. So when most people say they use fundamental for trading, it's more of they're looking for a change in fundamentals as opposed to a actual fundamental thing, right? Everyone's betting on the future because the now, the present, is priced into the stock. Right? So everyone's betting on, no one is like looking at all of the valuation of the company for any length of time, for a short period of time, and saying, oh, this company's undervalued, therefore it will go up, right? That's something that may take months or years to develop. And, it's like everyone ragging on Kathy right now with her ARC funds. Right? She's very clear when she opened these that everything that she's doing and everything that she's getting involved in is she's getting involved in for a 5-year plus horizon, right? So she's trading fundamentally, but then at the same time, if you study her at all, she's got a group of traders that try to trade around these positions with, again, trying to figure out when and where things are going to happen and to try to time them, right? So that's the way I look at it. But again, to each their own. And looking at this now, Kathy's fund's also getting that same RSI divergence right here. So we might be finding a little short-term bottom. It'll be interesting to see. I read some stats about the whole Santa Claus rally thing. It's about 75% of the time. The most interesting stats from the Santa Claus rally seem to come when it doesn't happen. And for people who don't know, that's the week period after Christmas, right? Between Christmas and New Year's, when that rallies come in. No, that's fine. You want me to take a look at my LNTH? So again, it just came up in the TI Strength Alerts window, which is an algorithm I designed that just says, hey, very complexly with a lot of math, says I want to find names that are just strong, not overbought, but strong, things that are continuing to push, continuing to kind of push higher. And so what you'll get from it is a series of names that have been kind of back tested to outperform the overall market and other less performing stocks over a long period of time. And then from there, I just use kind of my technical eye. So I really liked LNTH. The main reason being, let's actually turn this into a weekly chart on the bottom, is it was just holding very nicely over kind of these recent highs right here. If you look at this, it's kind of a really long cup and handle kind of a look. Right? You've got this really massive rounded base, and then it's just kind of been pushing sideways ever since then. Broke out and then pulled back. On the daily chart, I was just watching, you could call it a double bottom if you'd like, but really just a nice clean pullback, kind of connecting these highs. All right, so this descending triangle. So when it broke out, I basically just set a stop limit and says if it gets over this high, that's where I want to be involved. Right, I'll be wrong if it breaks under yesterday's low, and probably at this point if it breaks under today's low. So then for me after that, it's just a risk reward analysis, right? So I'm risking this little bit right here. So then the question is, then what do I think I could make? Well, if we get to, even touch these old highs, that's got to be what, 3-4 times my risk. And that's really all the analysis I do. There is no long-term traders. Anyone who's been around for any length of time. And again, I've worked with hedge funds. I've had the honor of traveling all over the earth and talking to all these really big name traders that have been around forever. They all say they have a win rate around 60-ish percent, right? Somewhere between 60 and 70%. Anyone who says they have an 80, 90, 100% win rate, be very, very wary of. But so since we know that most traders will have about a 60% win rate over the length of their career, then it's all risk reward. So I just looked at that and said, well, it's a really strong name. So if it gets going, I think the risk reward is going to be, 4 or 5 to 1. So then in my head, it just then becomes what's the probability that I think that will happen. So if it's going to be, if I make, double what I risk, then what I do is take a look at, the probability of that. So say, I'm risking $1 to make $2. So if I'm right 50% of the time, I'll still make money with that. I think if I'm right 25% of the time, I'll break even. If I'm going to be risking $1 to make $4, then I only need to be right a very minute period of time. And that's, again, the way I look at it, right? You can't control your win rate. You can only really control the risk reward. So that's always where my focus goes. So that if I can still make money with an incredibly low win rate, obviously using the algorithms and the technical analysis and everything to try to make sure that the win rate is fairly good. And then over the long run, it will kind of all work out, right? I'm a very simple, kind of boring type of guy. No RSI divergence in Sava. I don't see anything there. Do RSI wedges interest me? No, not really. I know there's some people who will use the break of 50 as an entry or exit signal, right? They'll look for the RSI to cross above or below 50. The only thing I really like about the RSI is those divergences. And again, just like anything else, it's going to be stacked with price, right? So I would use something like what were we just talking about, ARKK, that has an RSI divergence, right? So that's just this, and then right, new lows in price and new highs in the RSI. So I would take that and I would say, okay, now let me go and look at price on top of that. So just like anything, it may be a reason for me to look at a stock, but it wouldn't be a reason for me to enter a stock. So, in ARKK, I see that there's some kind of near-term resistance right up here. And then you've always got the $100 psychological number. But maybe on this ARKK, if we get over these recent highs at 97.50, that might be an interesting to see if we get a pop from 97.50 to 100 kind of thing. So asking if I use TradingView along with Trade Ideas. No, I use just Trade Ideas for most of my stock stuff. Now Trade Ideas doesn't have crypto or FX or futures or any of that other stuff that I trade, so I use TrendSpider for that. But if Trade Ideas ever got crypto, then this would be all that I need. I know there's more crazy indicators and stuff like that with TradingView, but again, this is what you see is what my charts look like. There's nothing else that I really use. I'm a price is king kind of guy. At the end, and this is a Brian Shannon-ism, but at the end, it's the only price that pays you. Right? You can be right on your fundamentals, or you could be right on your volume analysis, or you could be right on your MACD crossover or whatever. But if the price is not going up, you're not making money. So price is the only thing that you can take into your bank account to feed yourself. So it's really the only thing I want to focus on. It's a first principles thinking as opposed to, a heavily derivative type of thinking that some people do. I've been watching your Back to Base on the TI channel and now on your channel with your wife. Oh, awesome. That is a great, and I'll link that as well just in case somebody doesn't have that. But yeah, during the first, big lockdown when the world was going to end because of COVID, Trade Ideas allowed me to take some time and sit down with my then fiance and now wife to teach her how to trade, just the basics of trading and things like that. And I thought it turned out really nice. So again, because thank Trade Ideas for that, it's 39 lessons long. So there's it starts with what is a stock, and then it goes to technical analysis, fundamental analysis. I try my best. It's obviously not my forte. All of those things, and then we go from there. Can we have a scan that shows stocks with a good setup but has made at least 20% in a day sometimes? No, unfortunately. You could do change in 20 days and make it 20%, and then maybe the change in 5 days is a lower number. But, you need to be way less vague than that, right? What is a good setup to you, right? That's going to be different to every single trader is going to have a different definition of what a good setup is. Very important to be very exact with those things, or you end up just staring at a whole bunch of charts that don't make you any money. So it's about time for Barry to take the room back. So I am just pinging him to see when he's going to start streaming. And as always, different person here every day. So come on by and listen, ask questions again every day. I think it's a good way to make sure that, if you have any questions about the software, that someone can help you out. So Barry's back, so I'm going to stop streaming. Again, if there's any issues, just hit the refresh button and someone will be back on this channel in a bit.
All right. Well, again, sorry guys, it's just absolutely nothing coming in for me. No new scan, no new alerts. Thank you. Perfect. Okay. Thank you. I'm just looking at some of my. I mean, snacks. Snacks. It's just not dynamic enough. It just can't get out of its way. I mean, it hit 471 in the pre-market. You would think with that float and the perception of good news last week and today with 7-Eleven, you just think it would be way more dynamic. No, that can't be good for coin. Let's see what's happening with coin. No, not much. Not yet, anyway. Guys, Sava is trying to make a little breakout here. Again, as a trade, it's trying to make a breakout right here. Oh, I see. Okay. I guess that makes sense, Tom. If you're in a stock like that, you're holding it overnight and yeah, I guess so. That means you're going to get up at 4. And yeah, I certainly know that it allows trading. I guess it goes from what, 4 to 8? 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. I think that's IB's trading time. Eastern time, of course. All right, guys. Well, as it's kind of slow for me right now, is the gentleman who was looking for docking information. Are you still in the room, in the main room? I know I sent you to take a look at a video. Just wondering if it helped. If not, I can sort of demonstrate right on the screen if you'd like. Again, we're in this schizo market. All right, so would you like me to, or were you able to watch the video, or I can start one from scratch just to show you, if you'd like. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to load some windows, okay? Actually, I've got two over here. And lifetime lows. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to move these off the screen, okay? But I'm going to take these three windows, this is to demonstrate, because once you can do one, you can do 1,000, okay? But I'll just take these three windows, and I'm going to put them into a docked window. Okay, so I'm going to move them off the screen, just so that it's, I'll show you why, just so you can see what I'm doing. So the first thing I do is click on New, Docked Window. Okay, give it a name. I'm going to call this test. Okay, I may already have that. So, what's the date today? Test December 21. Okay, I'm just going to give it a name. You'll see why. Okay, so here it is. Now that's something new. Why is this showing up? All right. I don't know why this is showing up. I guess I can just X this out. Okay, good. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I mean, they're giving you an idea how to do it. Okay, so I've got this blank window, and now I'm going to start to put these in. Okay. So what I do is I take any of these scans that I want to put into this window. So I'm going to right click and see where it says, I'm going to right click on the window, and I was going to say duplicate into, and that's why I give it a name. All right, I have different names for the different dock channels or docked windows. So I'm going to duplicate it into test 89. Okay, so now it's here. Number one, topping plays from Zach, right click, duplicate in test 89. Okay, so now you see there are tabs up here. Okay, and one more, bounce plays from Zach, right click, duplicate into test 89. Okay, so now I've got three tabs. Now I could leave them like this, of course, if I wanted. I can just click on the tabs and see what's happening. But I think most people, what they want to do is they want to take these windows and kind of arrange them in a different way. So this is where it gets tricky. Okay, so if I grab bounce plays, I start grabbing it. Now you see this icon shows up. Okay, with left, upper, right, lower. So I'm going to click on that one, lower. So you see how I took it was over here, and now it's below these two. Okay, see how that worked? Now I can take another one, another one, and you see what I can do? I can now tell it where I want to put it, again, on top, to the left, to the right, below. If I move down here, okay, the same sort of thing. Let's put it to the right. Okay, you see what I've done. So now I've sort of arranged the windows as I want them. You know, again, if I didn't like this for some reason, I just click on the header here and move it. This is what I'm saying. It's a little tricky, but once you do it a few times, it's not that big a deal. Okay, and so that's basically it. You just take, so the initial trick really is to take your free floating windows, right click on them, and tell them if you don't have any other docked windows, then it'll be obvious. But I've got about 5 of them, so I tell it where I want it to go. Well, only. What do you mean if you change the ticker? If you put a chart in here, you mean? Or like, what do you mean if you change the ticker? These are alert windows, so I mean, I'm just getting an alert. So I don't know what you mean by if you change the ticker. Okay, I can put a single stock window in. So if I click on new and then single stock window, so here it is, okay? And now, same sort of thing, right click, duplicate into test 89. So here it is. So yes, as long as I've got symbol linking checked, use symbol linking, okay? Then when I click on the symbol, sure. As long as but that's like everything. You know, as long as you have use symbol linking checked, then every time I click on an alert, it'll go in, you know, it'll change in the single stock window. So any chart you put in here, yes, as long as you, when you right click on either the chart or the single stock window, as long as you check use symbol linking, then every time you click on an alert, so if I bring in a new chart, it's going to be a huge one. Again, right click, duplicate into test 89. Now, of course, I can move this. Again, you see how I'm doing this? I can move this wherever I want. And the chart is here, so I can move this to the right. Again, this is just the tricky part, okay? I mean, no, that was a single stock window, sorry. You know, it's just a little bit of moving around, and just practice a little bit. But now, as long as this right click, properties, see symbol linking was not checked, so now I'm going to check it. So now again, if I click on TWOU, it's going to, yes, absolutely, right click, save or share to cloud, save. And you know, you'll see the name of it right there. That's why you give it a name. That's why it's really easy for me to bring back, you know, sometimes I don't have all my docked windows up. And this is what I would do also. I should have done this before. This is what I would do. When you give it a name, I should have named it slightly differently. When you give it a name, start off with dock. So now what I can do here is I can change the title. So I'm going to call it dock test 89. Why I do that? So now see, now it's changed. So now, because now what I can do is I want a file load from cloud. If I type in dock up here, D-O-C-K, I'm going to see all of the docked windows that I've created really quickly. Okay, so that's why I call it dock at the beginning. So when you do a search, you can pull up all of your docked windows. And so, you know, I don't have, for instance, I don't have my dock pre-market scans layout. I don't have it up and running right now. But simply, if I want to load it right now, I just click on it, load it, and now here it is in my other window, other monitor. Okay. You know, but I close this down once the market starts because I don't need it. But that's why it's really simple. If you name it that way, you can bring back any docked window that you've created pretty quickly. Okay? Any other question? Now, the other thing is this. You see, where it gets sometimes tricky and confusing. How can I do this? You see, if I grab this and just release it, now it becomes a free floating window, and that confuses people. That can really confuse people. Okay, so now you have to put it back in, and duplicate here. Okay, and then you get rid of it. See, that's the thing that can really start confusing people. It used to confuse the heck out of me because I'd grab something, and then I'd release it instead of doing like moving it where I wanted, and I'd accidentally release it while I was still in the window itself, if that makes sense. And then all of a sudden, whoops, where did it go? Well, it becomes a free floating window. You got to put it back in. You know, and I still do it every now and then, but at least I know that it's not a big deal. All right, let's take a look now. Why did I not take that CGNT? Boy, that was an awesome short, guys. Just an awesome, awesome short right up here. Oh, guys, that's a even after the big nice move down, it's been a dollar move from that consolidation on the 15th, and who knows where. I mean, it's a lifetime low. Yeah, just practice a bit, and eventually you'll get the hang of it. One trick I did, for instance, here are my thumbnail charts as an example. You know, I had to, you sort of, at one point these were all free floating, of course. So you kind of arrange them free floating where you would want them in the dock and kind of do it one by one. Okay? Okay, just a minute. SHPW, okay? Let's take a look at SHPW. I always thought this was a shipper. Obviously, it's not. Okay, I can see obviously some volume came in on that little news, but it just didn't sustain it. Guys, mentioned Saba before. On the move here, guys. On the move. Next high looking left on that 15 is way up here at 55. Not saying it's going to get there. Oh my, a little break for ALDX. A little break here, guys. One of my commandments is thou shalt not get out of a trade due to boredom. You know, unless it, well, I'll get out of the trade if it's not working for me. But there was no reason to get out of this other than boredom. Now, who knows? Maybe this will be the start of something, of a beautiful relationship. No, maybe this will be the start of something good here. This is the first little break it's had forever, for hours. Of course, I'm looking at it because it happened here. ALDX 359. I did not get in at 359. I'm in at 349. Well, and I'm even getting my little grunt here. My pig sound. ALDX. As somebody pointed out earlier, BFRI is just kind of hanging in here. No way it's going to stay here. You know, it's the direction unknown. It looks like it will want to pop. It looks like it, but I'm not going to. I'm not guessing. I'm not going to take it ahead of time because I think it looks like it might want to pop. But what I should do, I know I've got an alert up here at 12. I should put an alert right around 11:62 and see if it takes that out on some volume, and that might get it running again. BFRI. I haven't personally looked. I know somebody said it was grinding higher. That's all I can remember about it. ASRT. Yeah, I haven't. It won't show up here because the relative volume is, and it's pretty good. It's almost 4, but this is 8. This is going to be 8, so it's never going to show up here. And it doesn't trade options. I'm sorry, it does trade options. It would show up on my option scanner, but except that it's still a little light. Only 1,700 contracts a day. I need 2,000 minimum. So that's why it's not showing up in any one of my scanners. Now, could I design a scanner to have this thing show up? Of course. But, as I always say, if I let this one in, I'll let maybe 10 others that don't do this, and I may not, you know, and it'll get lost. It's probably one of the most common questions we get. Can I have a scanner that will pick this up? You know, something like that. And I say, yeah, we can build a scanner that can pick virtually anything up. But the problem is when you start relaxing filters too much, relaxing either taking them out or relaxing the values that you're using, you start you'll get more alerts, and yes, you'll see the one that you might want to see, but you'll see again a lot of other ones that you don't want to see, and you won't necessarily know that, you won't be able to spot this one aside from the other ones. Tap tap tap. Why is that doing that? How about right now? Right now there is tapping. Oh, good. Okay, because I'm going to say I'm not doing anything. Okay. I think this is what you're hearing. Maybe is that a little tap tap tap? Okay. Okay. Got it. All right, guys. Come on, ALDX. You were performing beautifully for a minute there. DGLY. Boy, that's another one. Digital Ally. All right, here's a little topping play maybe for you, Zach, and others. It's TOST. It could be coming toast soon. All right, guys, I am not seeing anything new for me. Market is flattening out last 45 minutes. Take a look at the SPY overall. A couple of interesting candles to say the least here. I mean, yesterday the big gap down, but the recovery the day before the big gap down. So this is Thursday, Friday, Monday, today. So we had the nice recovery actually. We're still down a lot. And then of course now we're having a big day, big recovery day. How's IWM doing? Yeah, look at the Russell. I mean, we've just been basing here for a long time on that monthly chart. A lot of people watching this to see if it would ever really break down badly. And it hasn't broken down badly. Remember we had this big breakout here. I mean, this is back in, that's back in November of last year. So about a year ago, a little over a year ago, when we had the big breakout and then just kind of flattened out for the almost the whole year. Boy, Acadia never bounced. I mean, minor bounces, but that was another awesome, really an awesome all-day short. Now, granted, you'd been, sitting here wondering what was going to happen, probably for 2 hours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's 2.5 hours. All sorts of different ways to look at the market. For instance, William is long AERC, and in a million years, I would never be long this. Okay, but he's playing a little bounce. Oh, guys, okay, little pop here for snacks. Some volume came in on the 2-minute chart. Little pop here. So what this is telling me, this distance from the exit price, this is telling me from where I got out, it is 28 cents above, 29 cents above. So as I was saying a lot earlier, this is maybe a good gauge about how good are your exits, how good are you managing trades. What you'd rather see is a big negative number, meaning that the exit, it's way below wherever you exited. That's what you'd want to see, as opposed to a big positive number. Another one just faded all day. ARDS, this was not shortable for me. That was one reason thinking about this one also. ARDS, the short, but was not shortable for me. But basically a fade all day. A little bit of a pop here. Well, BFRI is still kind of in that channel area, just kind of sitting around, wondering which way it wants to go. I have my alert set up here. So if we get an alert, if it hits that price on volume, that'll probably get me into the trade. If there's no volume, if it just touches the price, and I think that price is what, 11.90. If it hits the price, but on no volume, I won't take the trade. And what I mean by volume is not the absolute number. I mean, wow, look at this, 3.6 million in the float, 72 million have traded so far. That's about 20 times the float. Somewhat of an RBI. Yeah, I see what you're looking at, Vicky. Somewhat of an RBI. Problem is, there's not really an established trend. I mean, you've got the one candle. I know it's not part of the absolute rules. I like to see a bit more of a trend, though. Maybe at least two ahead of that red candle, but that's just me. Yeah, so what Real is saying, a hold over the VWAP, which is 12. So I have my alert set. I think it's 1190, just to see, because you can see there's 1, 2, 3 15-minute candles right at that area. So I want to know if it happens. Okay, I want to know if it happens, and I want to know if it happens on volume. Okay, guys, today is Tuesday, so I think there's a little marketing meeting today. I'm sure it's going to be pretty close. A lot of TI people are on vacation now. Did I say very close? I meant short. It'll probably be very short. All right, I'll be back in a minute. All right, guys. Well, there we go. There we go. And volume did come in a little bit on the 2, on the 5, a little bit. So there we go. Now, will it, the VWAP, as Rio was saying, can it hold the VWAP at 12? Trying to hold the VWAP. Still trying to hold that VWAP, guys, the BFRI. So what Real is saying is that brown, well, I don't know if it's going to, but that brown band right there, that brown band, the brown line, that's the 2-minute, that's the Bollinger Band on the 2-minute. You're hard to see it on the 5. It's above it. So what Real is suggesting is that it might want to pull back below it and then maybe test it. Got these little topping tails here, on the 2-minute chart. Again, what does it mean? It means the buyers had it up to these prices at the high here. Sellers close it here. Buyers try it again. Sellers close it here. Buyers try it again. Sellers are still. What time is it? 1:41. So this is another 30 seconds to close that candle. Pretty good volume on the 15. You can see right now. I mean, it's got another 4 minutes to close or 3 minutes to close. That one. It's going to challenge that one, that volume bar right there. Like to see something like that though. Something even a little more dramatic. But this might hold it. Well, it's looking better now, guys. Definitely looking better. Okay, now the spread got a little ugly, but it looking a lot better now, guys. BFRI. Way better now, guys. Way better. Hint. Well, I think we can call that a winner. I mean, look at the volume coming in. Good volume. Good volume in the fives. Pretty good volume right there. How you manage it now is up to you. Now, what were the highs up here? Way up here at 1470, around 1470. So this still has about 230, $2.30 before it hits those highs. I'm not saying it's going to do it. A little struggle to get through 1250 right now. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I should be sorry. I'm keeping an eye on BFRI. Trying to will it to get through 1250. Well, we'll see what happens. Yeah, this is why trading is always interesting. Yeah, look at that TOST. Oh man, I missed the plan. Plan was nice, pretty nice. Yeah, it's 20 cents so far. All right, I'm getting an alert for Rely, RELI, but on the way down now. So that's looks like this is over. It's still up 68%. Huge volume with that float. $57 times the float. No news that I could see other than the fact that I think, well, first of all, our Come on. Yeah, I think like our provider for RELI has only like 2% short float, and I think checking another website, it seemed to be a lot higher. So a 14-minute chart. Oh, okay. You, my goodness! Don't tell me we're having to look at 14-minute charts too. So what Real is looking at here is maybe because the high right there is 1255. The high right there is 1260. So it's not quite engulfed, but let's see. We still have 11. Well, that's not going to change because it is. But let's see if the body can remain below the body of this. But I don't want that. I'm in this. I want this to just surge right now. I don't care. This 1250. I mean, the 50 cent level is just proving to be a bit of a stumbling block. Check out BJ's Warehouse, our wholesale club. Uh, well, it's a nice break. I see what you're looking at, seeking trades. I mean, I see what you're looking at right there. I mean, it's at this low here is 63.26. The low here is 63.48. The low here is 63.41. You can kind of see if it takes this out. Yeah, I mean, underneath, got some room, 59.65. Not my style because it's, the relative volume is just not high. Well, that knocked me out of the BFRI, so I'll watch again. So you cannot wander away when you're in something like this, okay, with that float. Made a little bit, not a lot. Yeah, I really don't even use a 2 minute. Perfect. Okay, I concentrate on the 5 and the 15. Somebody will point out that there's a cross on the 2, so I'll look at it. But I really just look at the 5 and the 15. I'll never use a 1. And again, this is just all, of course, personal preference. Boy, that's nasty, guys. I mean, that looked, you tried several times to get through that 1250. It was a struggle. You use Primus, don't know what that is. You're in a Trade Ideas trading room, so of course we're using Trade Ideas scanners. Snacks, guys, is well, it's at the high. Well, that's not quite the high, I guess. 448 is the high of the day, so maybe it will hold this time. I think it's got a lot of resistance around 540, which is far enough away, but maybe this will be the day that it kind of holds. I don't know about that. That move down with the BFRI, kind of a confidence destroyer, I think. I mean, it could come right back up. You're right, but all right, guys, it's 1:54. So again, I'm sure this is going to be a very, very quick marketing meeting for me at 2 o'clock. I'll be putting myself on mute. Rite Aid is making another little move, guys. RAD is making another little move here. Earnings play. Could be an end of day. I mean, the next high looking left is 1539. That was definitely crazy action for Rite Aid. Released earnings after hours, had the pop after hours, was holding pre-market, then all of a sudden it just started to sell off. And I actually had this as a gap down on earnings. And then just as I was opening the room, it did this, and it's continued most of the day. Funko, I haven't seen Funko in a long time. FNKO, we used to see that all the time. Remember it because of the name. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen, why am I not seeing this? Okay, so again, most of my scans, the relative, for this, the relative volume is just too low for most of my scans. But for whatever reason, I don't know. I mean, I don't know the reason. Funko rises 10.8% after board member share purchase. So I guess they had some news. Other than that, I've no other comment. I mean, the high last month was what, 2008. Here's the 200-day is up here. Yeah, again, your scanners, because you don't have as high a relative volume as I do. For me, 1.9 is too low. Yeah, and will I miss a play like this? Absolutely. But as I've said before, if I reduce a lot of my numbers, I'll get a lot more I'll get a lot more alerts to things I don't want to see. NFT. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in, and I'll put myself on mute. Oh, forgot to move that. There goes RAD, guys. Just made a new high. RAD just made a new high. RAD. Boy, that's a huge bottoming tail for BFRI now. Wow. That's a big, big bottoming tail. It has come right back up. 1152, right back up to 12 plus. Okay, putting myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. And BFRI has been kind of interesting to trade during the marketing meeting. Waiting to see if it has a massive breakout. Boy, it's frisky. There's no question about it. It is a frisky trader. BFRI. Well, that was a good one, Zach. This bounce for STRN. Man, what a great bounce. 524 on the alert. Got, I don't know when you would have taken it, but TWOU. Why do I have you as a? Okay. Keep an eye on this one as a short, guys. I had an alert set right here, the low of that candle. That 15-minute candle, it's four before this current one, so it's an hour ago. It's got some room to that 2176 mark. And as I posted, I got out of the ALDX. A little disappointing, basically flat. Covered that short. I was in for hours. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, like Acadia has been triggering all day, but just no real entry. At least, well, I guess there are some entries, but you wouldn't get very much. All right, so some of these little, not little necessarily, but some of these EV plays are starting to emerge again. I do not see anything, Zach. Nothing in Interactive Brokers anyway. I'm sure this one, we won't have anything here. No. But some volume coming in. Not a lot of volume though. I mean, yeah, volume coming in right now. This is basically the volume for the day. I don't see any specific news for it. All right, guys, TWOU, are you ready? Okay, guys, a little stretch break. Be right back. All right, guys, let's go and take a look at TWOU, which is starting to work. I don't know. You take that one, Zach. The see if we can take out. This is the area that I thought maybe it could approach. Excuse me, 2179, 75. It might struggle to get through that whole number though. Yeah, Rad is right back up. Maybe it was a quick short, but it's right back up, looking still pretty strong. Yeah, there's Rad going, guys. I mean, this is a strong earnings play. Right there. I mean, 1535, 1565, 1563. So this is the area. Man, if he gets through that, then you look left on that monthly chart and you've got 1922-ish. Maybe, William. It's a struggle, though. I mean, this one is just not. This is, I mean, Look, the trend is up. Yes, the trend is up on the 5-minute chart, but boy, it's a whippy one. You can't take too many shares because you get whipped out. But the trend is up, yes. All right, guys. Well, okay. You're right, William. I think, well, not a new high, but there's the high way up here. But now this looking interesting. I'm not in this one anymore, unfortunately. I was trading out in and out of it while I was in my marketing meeting. But this looks strong now. I mean, it looks like you're right. It may challenge that high. Especially watch it after hours. I mean, it's it's an all-time high now. Last hour of the day and after hours. I mean, this could really start to rip. 3.6 million in the float. Got some aggressive price targets on it, 20 and 40. I'm finding that your scan too is works. I think we talked about this last week. Later on in the day, there were so many alerts on both sides early on, too hard to keep track of them. So what I did was I cleared. I think probably in the afternoon they set up better, maybe. And of course, I'm talking about Zach scans. I think I've got that set for 15 minutes. Oh, okay. I've got 10. I guess you must have changed it. I'd even maybe, I'm even going to change it to 30. There we go. That's just me, of course. I'm going to change it to 30. I just saw there's so much other action happening, with all the other momentum trades or alerts that it was hard for me to try to keep an eye on all the ones that were coming in. So 30 minutes, I think is fine. I'm liking them later on in the day, in the afternoon, though. Come on, Twoo. You never emailed me, right? You said you were going to email me with something. I don't think I got an email from you, which is okay. Is BKKT halted? I don't think so. I'm just looking at my halts. I don't see it halted. May not be trading very much, but nope. It's just not trading very much. That's all. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, flatlining for sure. But you can see the trades. They are there. It is trading. Twoo, yes, yes. It was from Zach Scan reel. TWOU. The alert was actually, I think, 2217. And it moved up. I don't have it now because I made a change. When I make a change, of course, I made a change. So I lose all the previous ones. And I'm just looking at this level right there, maybe as the, and there's a cross also, yeah, 2224, 5-minute cross. Was it 2217? That's what I thought. Little struggle to get through 22. It briefly got through. Again, I look at these as little scalp trades. Another disastrous IPO, guys. Owlet, OWLT. Or maybe this was a SPAC, but still, okay, a disastrous SPAC, whatever you want to call it. Here's where it became OWLT back here, straight down. All right, guys. 241. So again, the new room hours. I'll keep the room open until 3:30. I'll be on mute from 3 to 3:30. Unless there are some questions, I'll certainly pop in if there's some questions. And then at 3:30, I'll put the YouTube link in. You guys can head over to YouTube. Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. And one last look at my homepage. Okay, so when you click on my link, this is what you'll see. course, we have a promo. Jolly 25, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. 3 free sections, Trade of the Week, Stock of the Day video that I do, and all the education, okay, that we have, including, again, most of it's geared towards learning how to use trade ideas, but all the way down here, back to basics, okay? So if you're new to trading, great little video series, okay? And then all my scans are here that I'm sharing. The 10-day daily breakouts and downs, love them. The gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down, what I use in the pre-market. This is sort of gets me set for once the market opens at 9:30. Let's kind of keep track of the ones that were really moving in the pre-market, see if there's continuation. So I'm sharing all of these. And my recommendation, just save my link, then you can take a look at the education section and my scans whenever you want. Just save my link. You guys were talking about CMMB. Oh, that was a wild one in the past. Oh, yeah. This might have been one of the meme stocks. I can't remember anymore. But this is back in April. Got all the way up to 71. Even before that, I got up to 80. Lots of, well, not lots, but there are 100,000 at Interactor Brokers to short CMMB. Come on, TWOU, break 22 like you mean it. That BFRI, guys, is so, put an alert. Just put an alert at the high of the day. Believe it or not, I know it sounds like crazy, but so a lot of traders will look at the high of the day that it breaks out. There's no resistance, obviously, because it's an all-time high. And who knows? Maybe it just keeps running and running. Look at that float, 3.6 million. $20 price target, $40 price target. I'm not in this right now. Okay, guys, as we get closer and closer to 3 o'clock, good time to ask questions. Do you have any? If some of you were following PPSI having a bit of a run again. This is a massive mover in the pre-market. Right, went from 7 all the way up to 10 in a, well, that's a 15-minute candle. And then all day down, but look at this consolidation, and now a pop. Now, is it popping on volume? Okay, you can see the volume here. You can see it here. You want to keep, and what time is it? 2:48. So the volume hasn't really picked up on the 15s. It might, but look at the volume coming in on the 5 and the 2-minute chart. And that is for yeah, so any window, let me bring one up. I have no idea why I have this, but this is just an example. So a topless window or an alert window, all you have to do is just left click on the header and just drag it. Oops. Okay, you just drag it. See, hopefully you can see how the dotted line, there's a dotted line, and then just release it wherever you want. Okay, sorry that I didn't release it correctly, but there's the E-day. So if I want to move it to the right of that dollar, I just, what am I doing wrong here? Now you just release it, okay? I don't, well, you know, if you don't know how to do it, anything seems impossible. Oh, I see, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't say this is the friendliest of programs doing things like that, but that is a fairly friendly way to move columns around. Well, guys, as I was saying, look at the volume is now coming in. You can see, look at that 15-minute chart now, or candle bar now. You can see it increasing. So this might lead to a bit of a break, but look at that. I mean, it sold right off. Got up to 870, 870, and it's pulled right back down to 838. I mean, that's a big drop percentage-wise. So let's see how this closes, this 15-minute candle closes. Alright, guy. Well, rad looks still good. I mean, this rad takes out that 1530 odd. I mean, it's got lots of room. Well, not a lot of room, but it's got room. 1535 right there. And that silly one just got halted again. ALLR. I'm not even going to look at it. So somebody, I think William said that BlackBerry releases earnings after hours today. Earnings today after market close. So the bets are being placed a little bit here. Remember, BlackBerry is no longer a hardware company. It's purely software. I shouldn't say remember. But people say, are there still Blackberries out there? Well, there are. You look at some of the older movies, people are hauling out their Blackberries. But yeah, they don't make a unit anymore. It's all software now. AMD, are you talking about AMD or are you talking to AMD? Oh yeah, look at that. Nice run for AMD. Oh, very nice run. That's a big move. With that float, 1.2 billion in the float. That's a great move. All right, guys, I'm just going to give this TWOU a little bit longer, see if it wants to take out 22. And if it doesn't, I am exiting for a little gain. All right, guys, so I'm just going to put my announcement here, okay? I'll be here till 3 on the mic, and then I'll mute myself. Again, I'll pop in. I'm not actually going anywhere. I'm just going to give the voice a break. But if I have any questions, I will answer them. And I'll put the YouTube link in. Again, Chris will be there between 3:30 and where are you? 3:30 and 4:30. I'll keep the YouTube room open the same way I'm doing the main room. YouTube. All right, guys, I'm still in the TWOU, just waiting to see if it cracks 22 in any sort of big way, and that's about it. Giant rug pull, yeah. Did not want to get through that 13. I mean, I got briefly through it, 1310, 1310, but that was about it. Giant rug pull, yeah. So you got to be so careful with those floats. Rad looks like it wants to go, guys. I mean, it is holding that 15 really well. Hard to see on the 15, but you can see it's holding that 15 really well. All right, guys, I'll put myself on mute and let's say I'll be able to I'll answer questions if I see any. Otherwise, I'm just going to put myself on mute. Keep the room open till 3:30. Oh, good timing. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Yes, I will. Okay.
All right, looks like we had a good transfer. Eyes are on my screen. All right, everybody. So starting a moment or two earlier than I normally do here. 3:30 live Q&A session for trade ideas. Open forum Q&A. I don't come with any pre-done content. I do this to help new users get the most out of software, or those that are thinking about subscribing, make better informed decisions of what trade ideas is, who the community is that we've built around it, and how we can help them to make better actionable decisions. So, anybody with questions, fire away. If not, I'll, do what I can to take a stroll around the markets, some thoughts, some things that I'm looking at. Not a whole lot, as we really just have a few trading days left in the calendar year of 2021. All right, well, either everybody hates me or it continues to kick me from, or kick everybody from the stream when I take over. I'm not sure. I went through my settings today, so hopefully you guys will come back, whoever left, to hear that. Any trades? Yeah, I took a small position here in HIMX today. Um, we'll ride it. Couldn't get through 12 again. Yeah, 12 again. I kind of took it based on, following this 8 EMA on the daily here. Keep a tight leash on it. It's got, all this overhead resistance, and it goes all the way back to here. But, if you could push through it, I like a shot to try to move towards 14 again. I don't know whether that will happen or not. Trying to do it on what's considerably light volume for the stock itself. We're doing just over half of what it normally does in a day with 1.5 mil shares traded a day. So why it's, plenty liquid. Obviously, all this. And yeah, all I used Mike C was just looking at it from my liked list. It's, something I've tracked on and off for a while. I don't remember when it came back on, but it's just here in this list here. This alert window here is looking at the same set of stocks too. So I don't even know if it alerted in this window or not. I didn't do anything from here. I just kind of let it do its own thing. It alerted late in the day here. Sorry, at 11:97. So, the way I like to play it is I like a curated list of stocks that interest me, but the volume's really starting to dry up on things. That doesn't mean a stock's not liquid. For example, well, Hymex is a good example. I mean, 1.5 mil shares traded a day. It's not illiquid. That's, you get into that stock no problem. But the fact that it's doing half its normal volume, it's just, I guess the conviction isn't there. I was hoping for maybe a little bit more out of it, especially because we saw the market gapping up so much this morning, and we're hanging around that 457 mark on the SPY here. That's, been kind of a magnet for the price action lately. I thought, maybe we're gonna get a push here into Christmas. For those that actually pay attention, the Santa Claus rally is still not till next week. I believe Santa Claus rally starts on the 27th. So, alright, sorry about that. Technical difficulty here again. It just keeps, while I'm trying to follow the stream at the same time as you guys are on it keeps kicking me from it. Hopefully, it's not kicking everybody else too. So, anyways, I don't think there's a whole lot of action to be had over the next little bit here. Things are in holding pattern with what's going on in the world. Uh, you know, Hanukkah is by us, Christmas is upon us, New Year's right after, and I think a lot of people are content with trying to sit steady. Like I said, that's why I kept it a small position here. If it makes a nice move with me, great. If it doesn't, I'll cut it real fast. Also, the last few days that I've been doing this, I was putting myself on camera. I opted not to do it. It just seems to be a little too much stress on the machine. I mean, my charts are loading pretty reasonable now compared to what they were the last few sessions where I had the camera going too. So, uh, until Santa delivers me a new computer, I'll go back to faceless again. So, there are several people that I was talking with on live chats today and some other things. Invited you all to the live stream here. I don't know if any of you have made it. There's some questions you had. There's some Holly automation questions I had today. These things are not explained well sometimes in a chat. We don't have a phone support because it's just not reasonable to A, take all the calls, and B, I can't show you things via the phone, and I just can't screen share with every individual in that respect or regard. If any of you are here that I was interacting with during the day, fire those questions away at me. In regards to the Holly automation, it's all done through our Brokerage Plus interface for those that aren't familiar. And bring over a Brokerage Plus window here. It's a very simple looking interface here, and connect to the simulated trading here for trade ideas. And then, this is a position that I took for however long ago as an example in the simulator. And, all different tabs along here, and things are managed accordingly. Your orders that you have working. Messages that pertain to some of the code that goes behind this. Might make sense to some, not to others. Here's where Holly's instructions get set up. Here are the actual strategies, right-clicking and turning them on, enable selected strategy. Here's where you edit the long instructions. So that means you're editing all the instructions for long strategies, and then you're editing all the instructions for long reentry and short reentry, so on and so forth. You can look at your account information here, whether it's a live or the simulated account, and summary of things that have been done, execution of things that have been done, the trades, commissions, so on and so forth. So this interface is why I now use IB. I moved away from Thinkorswim. Just as a real clean place, real clean cut buy and sell. I want a limit order. Do I want a market order? 1, 2, 3, N. Shares real fast. Select quick like this. I type it in real fast what I want. I can select a position, quick flatten, cut out half. I could double it, reverse it, limit out. Just pretty clean cut and easy. I know it's not the fancy hotkeys that people like, but I don't see how this is any slower or any different, to be honest. But that's just my 2 cents. The other thing that I really like about this is I've got everything here in one shot. What the positions are, what I'm holding. I just click through any of this, and for example, boom, 100 shares of this, bought at market. Whatever it is that I'm looking at. there's 100 shares, bought market, the positions all populate right here. I can see what's going on. I can put target prices in. I can put my stops in. A lot of other information that could come in here. These are the columns that I'm personally displaying here for data, but if you right click, you come in here and you can you can see what you have selected for columns. You can get rid of things that you were not interested in looking at. There's a whole different selection over here of things you can look at as well. So is it going to have every single thing that everybody asks for? No. That's not the way anything works in life. But is it going to have most of the stuff that most people ask for? Yes. As the saying goes, you can't be everything to everybody. And just as an example here, I took the position HIMX. I said, you know what? Right away, I didn't like that action, the price action on it, and I want to flatten them out. Boom, done, gone. Out at market, flat. And then in here we can see the orders that went in. Was a buy side, sell side, quantity, filled versus what I was looking for. The fill price, the type of order. A lot of information here. It's all just one interface, not clicking through page after page or navigating around. Clean and cut, just how I like to manage it. So I see we're back up to a whole 16 days, a whole 16 people in here. Sorry, something coming in about possibly why I keep getting people kicked. How do you pick a strategy in the simulator? Sure, let's bring that simulator back over. So there's some stuff that'll come pre-configured here. All these ones here, they're all set. If you have a strategy that you want to load to it, you'd right click, load from cloud. Your strategies that are saved in the cloud are all going to be there for you. And you can click that and add it in. It's got to be an alert window. It must be an A window. Cannot be a T window. Cannot be an M window. Must be an alert window that you load up to Brokerage Plus. And you'd add that. And then once you've added it, I'm going to use what's in here. For example, I have this thing that's called automation list. I'm not automating, just in case anybody's wondering. It was something I was testing. And you come in here and you can edit the trading strategy, and there's a whole bunch of tabs in here to go over. Most of this will probably be filled out from the strategy, the alert window you had created. All right, but you have to select an account here. It's not just going to have the account. It's not just going to know to go to an account. You've got to tell it what account to go to. All right, so there's that. And then you've got your entry time instructions for the strategy if it is something part of automation. If not, this is kind of irrelevant. You can just leave it all the way wide open. You have your order details. How are you position sizing? Are you doing a fixed amount of dollars? Are you doing a fixed amount of shares? Are you risking a certain amount based on stop loss? Do you want a limit order, a market order, a stop limit? I highly recommend, unless you are very market savvy as the mechanics of it go, stick to limit and market orders. Stop limits are a little tricky because they're a biconditional order, and gets people really hung up on that. I don't want to really dive down that. You can do a quick Wikipedia or whatever, Investopedia or whatever search on stop limits if that's something you're interested in. Your time and force, you select those things. If you're going a limit, you have to select your delta or your limit offset, whatever you want to call that. How far outside the last price are you willing to go to get a fill? If you want it set up, it's a one-click trade, or if it is automation, how are you, managing that risk? Do you have a stop loss, a target, both? Does the strategy have a hold time on it? None. Yes. At a specific time of day, at the next day on the market open, at the next day on the market close, or a few days, how many days you want to hold for. So a lot of options that are in there for that. And you can take any of these and you can set them as a chart. So for example, this one here, what I did is I created a new strategy. So I right click and I go to new trading strategy. There's nothing to configure or anything here. We can just, again, for this exercise, I'll call it test. And so, I'm going to attach that to the simulator here. All right, I'm going to open it, wide up the whole day, and the order details. I just want to buy, let's say, I want to risk $100 based on my stop loss. And, I'm going to stop loss, I'm going to put a, let's say a 4% stop loss, okay? And we'll put a percent target, we'll put a 4% target. All right, and we're going to go in at market. And there it is, and that's the strategy with no hold time, nothing like that, real simple. All right, we're going to press OK, and so now I've got a second one called test. Entry type, it's at market, and we can see that here. I'm going to go ahead and enable the strategy. Right click, click to enable. All right, in JNPR, for example, I can right click right here on the chart, trade. And I can say, buy using test. All right, because it's enabled. Boom. And here it goes. There's my orders. I got my fill. All right. So we're filled. There's a trailing stop that I put in. Oddly enough, I don't remember selecting a trailing stop, but okay. Double check that I didn't click trailing stop instead. Haha, wouldn't that be funny? Well, there's my stop. Where's my target? Oh, I used this strategy here. I'm sorry, I used the wrong test strategy. That's what happened. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry, I selected the wrong strategy when I bought it. But for the purpose of this, that easy to make that trade. It was my default chart strategy. That's what happened. So if I right click here, you can see default chart strategy long. I can go here and I can swap that default chart strategy long. Okay. And now I can do the same thing again. Right click, trade. So, pretty clean and simple here. And, I can come and I can take this stop and I can drag it around if I want. Want to change things up. We can come in here, we can cancel it. So hopefully that that all kind of clicks and makes sense for you there. I'm just editing some stuff on these here for future reference. Tutorials. So again, if anybody has questions on the platform itself, like I said, I know there's a few different people that I was in different interactions with today. If any of you have popped in here, please ask those questions for me. This is what I'm here for. Like I said, I don't have any pre-done content. I never do for these. I like you all to drive the content. That's what I'm here for. That's what we're trying to do. So I covered that pretty well, I think. We'll just get these out of the way here. Let the simulator ride. So let's see, we got 10 minutes and a few seconds till the market shuts itself down for the day. And, stuck in the range. Bring up a SPY chart real quick and show what I mean by stuck in the range. Almost a good part of the year we were stuck in this range here. We popped out of it, came back down in it. We popped out of it, came back down in it. We popped out of it. So perhaps we're establishing a new range up here. Could be. We'll see, we'll see. But for now, just kind of chopping, slopping sideways like we have been for most of the year. Up and down, up and down, up and down. All your major indexes are going to look basically the same. There's just not, there's not a whole lot to add to some of this content, and for maybe possibly for some of my lack of luster or excitement that I had, through October and November. Anybody that was here while I'm doing these 3:30 sessions, I've been doing them for several months now. It's just kind of like lackluster action as far as my trading goes. I'm not one of those fast, low float, taking out high a day traders type of guys. Not where I had much success. I had much more success in swing trading, so it's really where I've put my eggs into that basket. It works better for my personality and my eyes and my brain and all those things like that. So what else? What's going here? All right, so Holly had a few alerts today. We'll jump around on those, I guess, here. Quiet, but some solid alerts. We got United Airlines here. It was doing much heavy. Well, I won't say much, but it was at like 2.5 times volume when Holly made that trade. Very, very liquid stock. I mean, we're closing in on 18 mil shares traded here for the day, but this is where she made that alert. Nice move off this red bar ignore there. And topped out, came back down, revision to the mean, pull back up a little bit and kind of floundering with the rest of the market now at this point after it had been trading on its own a little bit. Solid alert, definitely time to get in. Nothing painful about that alert, really kind of just left the entry behind pretty well. Like I said, plenty of time to get in. It was up a little over $1 at one point, I think, right? Yeah, $1.10. So that's solid. CYTK. This one took a little bit longer to get going, but it eventually did it. Unfortunately, not a very liquid stock, but it's also doing a little bit under what it's normally been doing. A bad looking chart here. You got this nice gap up day where Holly had found it. Just kind of trending nicely since then too, actually. But same kind of idea. You're never really in any pain off the alert. There's the alert entry. You kind of just jump back and forth between the entry. A little wick down here that probably didn't feel great. Before you took off, and again up probably about $1 at one point. Yeah, 97 cents, 96 cents. So this one looks like it's kind of whipping all over on us here. I'm trying to get up off the mat now. Again, mostly just around the entry line. Looks like this has been giving it trouble there, so. But again, some alpha to be had, not a lot of pain to be had. So for the moment, looks like she's trying to go out 3 for 3 on the day here, albeit a quiet day. And again, just throwing out there that it's an open forum Q&A here, so please ask questions if you folks have them. And take a look at some of the sectors around the horn here. Everything looking green today. Even China was green today. KWeb's your Chinese internet stocks here. And just a very, very, very beat up ETF, beat up sector. And we'll see how its friend the large caps FXI are doing there over in China. What's that look like today? About the same thing. The charts very much mirror each other. So, most of the emerging markets of the world here, there's your EEM. This does look a little healthier than those, but still just, steady downtrodden. Solars were getting hammered pretty hard yesterday. Really just beaten up for the entire year. They made a very nice run into the end of the year last year. It's the end of the year last year, and just could not push through earlier this year, and just really came down, range bound for the year. Thought a few weeks ago, I guess a few months ago now, just can't even believe that October's a few months ago. Thought they might push through here, and just nope. Back down here, and have now broken the bottom of that range. We'll see if that's a whoopsie or if they're just going to keep heading down. And for those that are wondering, what do I mean by whoopsie? When I look at support and pivot lines, they're not exacts. You're never going to line every pivot line up to the exact spot that you want it, and it's going to meet everything. But you'll find generally, you find an area, and a lot of things kind of gravitate around that area in general. And so if we were to draw another line here, do we want to draw it down here? Do we want to draw it up here? So it becomes one of those things that, you don't want to draw 500 lines, but just note that, this area seems to be a price action magnet all through here, and, pop down here, and we'll call that a whoopsie. Pop down out of that range for a moment. It's a whoopsie. Same thing here. Same thing here. So, they're an approximation, not an exact. Alright, we're still a silent bunch around here. So let's see, Jets were looking good today, and I guess that would be no accident to the fact that UAL got alerted there, but not a very healthy looking sector overall. We can see the position range on the year on all these sectors here too. Your KWeb's way down here, TAN and Jets, trying to make it back to the low of the year possibly. Um, It'll be funny because all this is going to reset in just a few days here. Everything will start to make a new setup for the next year. XOP, that's your exploratory gas and oil stocks, trying to hang on to those gains for the year. They had a real strong start to the year and have really stumbled the last few months. We'll see what happens. SOXX, that's going to be semiconductors. Same with the SMH here, those are real strong. And we can always sort on this data too. Here are strongest by the year, and it's just no happy accident that real estate REITs right at the top. XHB, I mean, while it's not at the top, we can see, it's pretty high up there as far as its position and range on the year. So obviously housing was where it was at this year. And with just a few trading days left, unless some huge rug pull happens, looks like what they will be posting on the leaderboard for the year. Health here. All right, some more health. The banks, they were having themselves quite a time, the banks, and they kind of just really gave it up. Just couldn't hold on to all that here. The banks move a little slower than a lot of these other sectors too, so the banks had a nice run here. All right. It just couldn't hold that. Popped up through and popped right back down again. So again, what was the theme of the year? Range. Range was the theme of 2021 here. Sitting, most of the stuff sitting closer to the top of the range than the lower part of the range. All right, Mike C, I appreciate the attendance, pumping my viewer numbers. We can scroll down here and we can take a look, and again, I do this quite a bit in these support sessions, but again, I don't have any pre-done content. I can only build, so many alert windows. I only have so many thoughts and ideas on it. Rely on you guys for my content. But if we come back down here, we can see, position and range, what we're, pot stocks got murdered. The VXX isn't, that's just volatility. We don't really do any analysis on that. But again, here's China. There's China. There's your emerging markets again. All this stuff really red here on the year. What else are we looking at for real red on the year? Silver miners, gold miners, juniors, regulars. We're back to the tans. Natural gas had a huge run. Gave it all back and then some. Biotechs just really couldn't do it this year. Cloud computing going to end the year probably on the downside. IWM is going to end flat. That's your Russell small cap. So, tale of a couple different tapes here to look at things. Things that had been really skyrocketing in the past. Not so much. Things that have continued to struggle have continued to struggle. Gold, silver and gold. They just, talk about an ugly looking set of charts. I just don't get it. For myself, nothing, Mike C. I don't need anything. One of those simple people. Got all I need. I mean, there's always things that like anybody else that I want, but there's nothing I need. Gonna go have a day in the city. Have a day in NYC with the kid. Maybe hit some ice skating rink or something like that for Christmas. That'll be my Christmas present to myself. A day with the kiddo. Um, anyway, so that's that. One of the things I do like to highlight what I'm doing here with this position and range filter is we have these position and range filters on several different time frames. So it's a great way to look at data and find where things have been going. It doesn't always mean it's where it's headed, but we want to buy strength. We want to buy trends, quote unquote. The trend is your friend, and that's what you want to look for. Um, we can come in here and right click and come to the configure of any window, whether it's a top list or an alert window. And, those position and range filters. Alright, so we've got all this selection here. We'll expand that out. And, position from the open, position in 5-minute range, 15, 30, so we've got some intraday ones here, of course. And then we start to take it up into the longer term ranges, Today and the previous day, your 5, 10, and 20 days, your 3, 6, and 9 month, year, 2-year, and a lifetime range. And then if you're into that sort of thing, your position in Bollinger Bands, even. I think that's more of an active scanning kind of day trader thing. I'm not much of a user of Bollinger Bands in general myself, but I certainly see their value. So, these are things that we all have in here for anybody to come in and use. So let's see, yeah, we rounded out the market about 5 minutes ago, and SPY closed on a nice solid green candle. So what does that mean? It means we ended up for the day. And I think it just means more of the same. We're in this range. It seems like, for a long time, nobody wants to be long here, and nobody ever wants to be short down on the low end of the ranges that are being made. And I think that's, what's to continue. We'll see what the winter looks like. We'll see what new and exciting things the stock market has to offer, and IPOs and mergers and acquisitions and all those things like that help drive the numbers here. But it's been, one long run, that's for sure, especially off the cliff we fell off of, hard to believe coming up on 2 years, a couple of months away. It's a V recovery if I ever saw one, and then some. It's funny, if you had removed all that from the chart there, and you just showed someone, the chart ended here. SPY chart ends here with maybe even that big pullback right there, and then you showed them, right to here again. They would think nothing happened in this, 2+ months, 3 months, whatever it was. That's how fast that the market recovery was, and that's not to discount that it was not a recovery for everybody, but I can only comment on the chart that's here. It's the same thing for a lot of charts. We look at very, very similar, that's for sure. And before we hit that recovery, we can scroll back a little bit and we can pay attention here. There was a long time we were range bound here before we took off in the end of 2019 coming into 2020. There's quite a bit of range that we were coming out of again. So it's, look at these big blocks of range and then the move up, and if we erase this whole thing here, we said, what if it was just, this range again here that was slightly above this range, right? Then we made that big move up. We caught this range again, and then we made a move up, and then we caught a range again. So, what are we doing? We're catching a range here for the next move up, or are we finally going to make that big move down that, everybody and their mother with a suit and tie that calls themselves a bear is saying on whatever channels they say it on. Let the charts do the talking for me. For now, we're range. We're at the top of the range, and we'll see where we go from there. I mean, much closer to SPY 500 than SPY 300, that's for sure. Hard to believe. I remember, the first times we were cracking 300. feels like forever ago. All right, guys, what do we have? 408. Again, this is an open forum. I'm kind of just babbling on about whatever here that's popping into my brain, trying to keep things moving the best that I can for you all. If you folks have any questions, I'd throw them out there for me. Load up a layout here, or excuse me, load up a window. Get started on some of my evening scanning homework early here, I guess we could do. And what do I mean by that? I've got some scans that I like to look at in the evening. This is the main one. And I go through these and I look at the charts and mark them up and try to figure out how they do or don't work into my trading plan. If I really like them, I'll start by putting a heart. Here I'll mark that heart off, and then they'll end up on this list here, all right, which will have them populate over here if they meet the criteria of that alert window, because this alert window only looks at the stock that's on stocks on my like list. And then from there I do a little more breakdown and see if there's anything in here that I should set price alerts for that interest me at different levels that I might want to get in or out of. This has really taken a quote-unquote hit in my homework in the last couple of weeks. I've just really slowed everything down. Setups aren't there like they were before. The volume isn't there like it was before. The follow-through isn't there like it was before. So smaller share sizes, less trades, all those things like that. But, go through the exercises for the most part all the same. ERJ, this is a stock that just continues to never be able to leave my radar. It's not on my liked list right now, but I've traded it a bunch going back to here. Yeah, been on the right side of it, been on the wrong side of it, but it's one of those stocks that can definitely have some movement in it for sure, even with 173 mil in the float. Not sure if I'll do anything with it at this point. Barry messaging me about GRTX. Guess it's going here. That $20 price target. Woof. Look at that. So, I'm sorry, just commenting back to him. So anyways, I go through all these charts. Here we go. Rite Aid, right? RAD is Rite Aid. Go get your vitamins. Go get your Band-Aids. They sell food there too, right? Bottle of Poland Springs, right? All those things you can get at Rite Aid. Yeah, Rite Aid Corporation. So, all right, they had earnings today, pre-market. There we go. Interesting. Not a very healthy looking stock chart to say the least. No, we'll see if that's got anything more to it, but I don't think so. And what this scan is looking for, by the way, is breaking out of position in range of 20 days. I adjusted it a little bit to not have to look at. It was also looking at 20-day range and today's range. That was closer to the top than the bottom of today's range. I took that out for now. Well, that can't be healthy. Closing 63 stores, huh? It's funny. I remember when CVS said they weren't going to sell cigarettes anymore, and a lot of people said that would be CVS's downfall. And I said, I don't know about that. And CVS stock is at all-time highs. No, it's sitting right around there. I think it cracked $100 the other day. Got a quote-unquote, I'll call him a Twitter buddy. It's always talking about CVS stock. 113 is the high, so that must have been a long time ago. Big float. But look at that. Cup and handle, beautiful move off that cup and handle right there. Could have even technically called that a cup and handle too, although it was almost like a double handle. Those are the patterns that I'm looking for always, though. And can it move off of this? That's the question. You know, you find them here, hopefully back here, and try to get at least if you get 20-30% of that move. It's a beautiful thing. Tail of two tapes, so CVS and Rad. Yeah, sure, KR. I got a couple different versions of it. I'll share here. I'm going to share the one that we're looking at now. All right. So let me drop that link in here. Copy. And here you go. There's that. And then I'm going to share the original version of it. And just basically the difference in these is this second one is looking for stocks that closed 75% above the low of today, where this is looking at stocks that just basically just above the 20-day range by 75%, above the low of the 20-day range, excuse me, by 75%. You know, so here we go again. Now this is an interesting one, blue. So I had this come through my evening scan back here, and it made a nice little move here after that. And then I don't know what happened. They must have got clobbered by the FDA or something, and that happened. And I've just been in this big downtrend since. But here it is today. A lot of gaps and whatnot to work through. Certainly, you know, stock can certainly get up there. That's for sure. LAUR. I feel like this was something I was looking at not that long ago. Perhaps I was paying attention when it fell off a cliff and crushed all of its investors. It's not a healthy looking chart at all. I mean, it's making some big moves here the last few days up into this gap. That could be a big deal. That might be something worth watching. I'm not going to put it on the my like list just because I really don't know if I'm going to make any more trades before the end of the year's over. So I just want to limit the data that's on here because I do pull stocks off as they don't make it. You know, something like you know, ACAD. What does that look like now? All right, sorry, just messaging back and forth with Andy about something real quick here, something we're working on after after I wrap up here in a few minutes. P10, you got your energy, your oil and gas again. This is something that's been on and off my list. I traded it back here somewhere in the spring, and then it came through my liked list back here, but just never really got going through here. I didn't feel it with that rate above it. But here it is again. Like I said, I won't be taking it, but you know, pretty liquid stock. There's not enough volume, just not enough conviction in anything for me right now. Play, what's that, Dave and Buster's, right? So, you know, I think you're seeing a lot of these things made a move kind of more or less with what the market did today. You know, you find a lot of stuff with the gap up. Although the SPY took a turn down at first before making that kind of check mark up on the day. But again, you know, no clear-cut volume winners in these here. Again, they're liquid stocks, just, they're hovering around their normal volume. So, not to say there isn't, a move to be had afterwards, but just for my own plan. CCL, got cruisers. So, and again, you see stuff, it's, real beaten down, making a bounce. Oh, what do you know? It had earnings yesterday. Didn't even know that. And we'll see here. Maybe people are going to book cruises and go do stuff again. Yeah, you got it, KR. This is JetBlue. Interesting. Another airline coming through on the day here. Is my new high scanner going to be based on new highs only in the after hours now? So if you're trying to make so we come to alert window. I'm going to bring up an alert window configure. So I just got to populate from another screen. If you're trying to do anything post-market, you got to make sure you use filters that work post-market. So if you want post-market highs, we're going to have to search that here in the select alerts, post-market, all right? Add alert, save that, because this new high alert is only going to work during regular hours. That's it. So you got to go with the new post-market high. And then, you can, excuse me, you can start to pick out the filters that you want from here. Again, it's got to be filters that work in our post-market hours. So something like relative volume doesn't work post-market. Change from close will, volume today will, 1 minute, 5 minute volumes, those will all work. If you send an email to here, I can send you a PDF of what does and doesn't work in the post-market and pre-market. So info@trade-ideas.com. All right, and this is how it generally works. If it works in the pre-market, it'll work in the post-market, with the exception if it specifically says pre-market or post-market. So obviously pre-market high will not work in the post-market. But if it's a volume filter that works in the pre-market, for example, volume today %, which is almost exactly like our relative volume filter, that works in the pre-market. It works in the post-market too. So that's a short and skinny of that. But we could build new post-market high alert real fast here. I'm going to get rid of some of these things because post-market's kind of its own animal here. So let's say we're trading 200% normal of, let's go 5 minute volume. Put some prices in here. Let's say $4 as a minimum. All right, and if we came to the summary, we're going to find stocks that are making new post-market highs that are at least $4 and doing 200 times their normal 5 minute volume. We'll call it post-market highs. On 5 min volume. All right, we populate that and we can bring it over. And there we have the window. And, so we got stuff that's coming through here. So hopefully that kind of makes sense for you there. take a look at the history, see if anything else has come through. American Airlines. Is this Hasbro? Yep, Hasbro. So, it doesn't mean that these things are doing anything real special. And I don't have post-market data turned on my charts. I mean, I can do that quick here. Right click. Properties. Show post-market. And we can see there's not a lot going on with this. IWM and Q. They're making post-market highs with some volume. AR, I think this is a petroleum stock. Yeah. So, this is a lot of this was coming right after the close, a few seconds after the close. So there's a lot of settling orders still coming in. So we're going to want to scroll up because I've got this on history. So it's, everything that alerted so far. And if it alerted multiple times, it came in multiple times. And now that we get a couple of minutes away from the close, there might be some stuff, interesting. Some Oxy, Jets. So some of these are still moving here in the after hours. Mobil, Exxon Mobil. So quite a few oil stocks had a little bit of a pop and a buy at the close for whatever that's worth. There's a GRTX that Barry was whispering to me. That big move. Still got some pretty solid volume right now. KRMD, this is medical, right? Yeah. That's interesting. And, I can go ahead and share. There's nothing, nothing crazy about this window. But, here's the thing, when you're in the post-market, it's a completely different animal than the regular market or pre-market when it comes to volume metrics and things like that. So I don't think you want to over-filter anything because you just block everything out at that point. So, just maybe a couple of simple things like I did with volume and high. And you could always set a different price range. But I'm going to go ahead and share this, and you could always go in and make your own adjustments from there. So save and share that to the cloud, and you can make it your own. There you go. So, all right, 426. I think I'll begin to wind it down here. I've got something else I have to run to with Andy after this in a few minutes. So give myself a couple minutes to stretch my legs from the desk since I've been here since 5 o'clock this morning. So, for anybody that's just joined or kind of popping in and popping out, I do this every day, Monday through Friday at 3:30 Eastern till 4:30 Eastern, give or take. Barry runs the stream every morning. Yeah, Mike C, thanks for popping in. Barry runs a stream every day. He opens this side of the stream on YouTube at 9 o'clock each morning, holds it till noon Eastern, passes it over for a Q&A very similar to what I'm doing here from noon to 1. 1 o'clock, Barry comes back, takes the stream back. He'll take you to 3 o'clock on the mic. He goes on mute after that, and then I come back in and take it over for that hour again, just as described. So, that's our format. Try to get you guys as much live content as we can. Been real quiet in here the last 10 days now, I guess, give or take. End of the year, people, busy with what they have to do. So, kind of is what it is. And, new exciting years on the way. Any questions you guys ever have in the after hours or just in general, you can always get us here. I'll share the email address again, info@trade-ideas.com. and we will get back to you ASAP with answers. Try not to leave people hanging. If something's taking longer than we intend to get an answer, we'll let you know. Hey, taking a little bit longer than we thought. Just hang with us, and we'll get to you on that. All right. So I thank everybody for popping in. The questions and comments. Always a pleasure to be here with you all, and I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Tuesday night. Take care.